So, last we left off, our group had been gathered together by receiving a letter from Cindy, who was a old friend through many different means, and our characters all gathered together and went to Whomville, where they discovered that quite a few of the people were dead there, and one of the few that were left alive was Cindy herself, with her parents not doing too great in the house. You discovered some information, you learned a little bit more about this blight and the lack of Christmas spirit, as well as were given the means to travel to Santa's workshop. There you discovered a bit more information. You learned that Victor was behind this, and he seems to be the CEO of a toy company. And, oh my gosh, my brain just froze. So sorry. And as you were going through, his nutcrackers have been attacking you all. And so you ran into his son, who you managed to restore the joy to. You also freed some of the reindeer, so kudos for that. And you made your way to Santa's workshop. There you faced off with Victor, who promptly retreated and sent waves upon waves of nutcrackers at you. And in the end, you lasted quite a bit, and so because of how long you lasted, I would love everybody to add 3 Christmas spirits, so you can take an additional bit there. But in the end, Victor caught you up in a wave of his dark magical energy and threw you down in kind of a hallway. And this is where we are starting to pick up. So as I said, everybody please take your 3 Christmas spirit. And a bit of a reminder. Ooh. Yeah, thank you. And a bit of a reminder that we have this additional mechanic. So if you missed the first part of the campaign, we have a mechanic that's added called Christmas Spirit. It functions like an HP pool, where it is a resource that you can expend, or a resource that you can gain, or you might lose it, just depending on how things go. But doing acts of bringing joy to people, providing presents for people, sharing happy memories, will allow you to gain Christmas spirit, whereas if you experience something traumatic, you go on a little bit of a killing rampage, you fail to encourage somebody, or a death of a friend, you may lose it. You can also expend some of your Christmas spirit in order to have effects depending on how high your pool is at. And if your pool goes into the negative, you start to have some detriments there. So, with that being said, we're going to jump back into the story. If you recall, you were all wrapped up in dark energy and tossed down the stairs. You know that you lasted, but it was not enough. And as you hit your destination, you smell the reek of cigarette smoke. And your vision comes to, and you realize that we're magically transported into some sort of cell. At the end of this hall, you see 6 cells. There's 3 facing east and 3 facing west, back to back. Each of you are separated into one, with the exception of one cell containing 2. And in the first cell, unoccupied by a member of your party, you see a man that almost looks like a skinny, pale, and unshaven Santa. He puffs on a cigarette after cigarette as you've been thrown into these cells. You hear his low, muttering voice whisper, "You're gonna die down here, and everyone else will follow in our steps. Merry fucking Christmas." He flicks an ashen butt at the wall, and the end of the filter glows slightly with a fading gold. Just as quickly as you notice the glow, it is gone. The bleakness of your prison and the idea of Santa, as terrible as he looks, saps the Christmas spirit out of you more every minute. Every 15 minutes you spend down here, you will lose more and more Christmas spirit. With that being said, I will now drop you on the map. And so, as I said, each of you are in a cell with the exception of one cell being occupied by two. You see quite a bit around you, and you're beginning to feel the Christmas spirit drain from you. Oh, yeah, sometimes when I drop tokens, you aren't able to move them, so if you aren't, feel free to drop a new token on top and I will delete, but tokens aren't really important in here. You can only go so far. So, with that being said, Santa's in the cell furthest down to the south and on the left. You are all kind of backed up. You see a kind of a dark room around you. And as you are looking, I'm going to start with Arctic. Will you go ahead and make me a perception check? Oh, shoot. I need to turn off the sound on this. There was so many bleeps. Okay, so Arctic, with a 16, you notice that your cell, well, I mean, you didn't need a 16 to notice this, but your cell is completely iced over on the front. And as you kind of peer through this ice, you notice that a set of keys is across the way, hanging on in this area over here. In order to get to it, you will need to break through the ice. And as you guys look around, there's a bit in each of the cells. So, I'm going to start at the top with Brizio and Maluzne. So, Brizio and Maluzne, I'm going to display something in your... that's going to pop up on your screen. And you guys are going to see what is in your cell. Hold on. I'm getting all the things. And this is
when you
going
get the chance, DM, I do have...
Okay. We'll get there in a second. So, this is going to function a little bit like one of those escape rooms where you have, everybody has a little piece of information. So just keep in mind as you're going around that you guys are going to need information from each person to kind of help solve this. So I'm going to start displaying what you see, and then I'll start describing so that everybody can kind of see what you see. Okay, so give me a quick second. Oh, wrong one. And then, last but not least... Okay, so everybody should have had something pop up on their screens, and as you're observing it, I'm going to kind of describe what you see.
I did not have anything pop up.
Oh, no.
It's fine, it's in my handout, so I'm able to see it.
Oh, you know what? It only pops up when you do, like, show to players. But if you go across the top of your screen, you'll see the little journal. It's the third one over. And if you click in that, you should have something that's labeled in the handout section, cell, and then it has a number. So go ahead and click that and open it up, and it'll show you an image of what you see.
Yep, I got it.
Yep.
Okay. So, we're going to start with Arctic and we'll go around clockwise. So Arctic, as I was saying, you do notice that there seems to be keys through the ice. So you need a way to break through the ice there. There's about 5 hanging keys, or there's a set of shiny keys that are locked in a sugar glass case. So then we have Brizio and Maluzne. You guys are kind of together in the same cell. You guys have a box that has 4 dials. Each dial has a candy cane, a wreath, a gingerbread man, and a Christmas tree. The first dial is red, second is green, third is white, and fourth is blue. And they have an image of that, so that will help remember something. Then we have Milo. So Milo, on your wall, hold on, let me remember what number I put on there.
There's a bunch of hoes.
Yes, there's a bunch of hoes. You have a bunch of hoes scrawled on the wall. And then in Jack, in your cell, you see a bunch of names scrawled on the wall as well, which I'm sure you got the handout for. And then as we kind of span over to Brinjar, you... Hold on, what number did I put you in? You see a couple of shapes on the wall. And so with that being said, you have a upset Santa who is chain smoking. You have a little bit of information of each of your cells. And your goal is to escape. What would you like to do?
So 2 questions.
Okay.
One, how long have we been down here for?
You're just coming to. It couldn't have been more than a minute.
Okay. So that's gonna go to my second question. Because, oh wait, we did go unconscious, didn't we?
Correct.
Well, so much for trying to wild shape my way out of this one. Because I used up my stuff and I only get the back on a short rest. Shit. In that case, Arctic is going to go, there's keys across from me, but I cannot get to them necessarily. I'm blocked by ice.
Okay, so shoot. We'd open the box.
I could not understand that. That was very robotic for me.
Open the box is what he said.
I mean,
the keys
oh,
are in a box across from me, yes, but I can't get to the box. Is there any metal objects I could take off the wall or anything, or?
No, there is not. Brizio and Maluzine, I think Milo was referring to the box in your cell.
yeah, I thought so. Does it seem like the only way to open it is this little combination?
Correct.
Great. Yeah, well, unless any of you want to start telling us random patterns, it's going to take us a minute to open this thing.
What do you mean by random patterns?
Well, unless someone's got a gingerbread, a laurel, candy cane, or... what is that, a tree? You know, to help us figure out the combination. I don't think I'm getting it open very soon.
Wait, what? What were the words?
Candy cane, Christmas tree, a Christmas laurel, and a gingerbread man.
Laurel.
Okay,
I've got those
Shorty-
myself.
Shorty doesn't know what a laurel is.
Hold on, for our American friends, laurel is a wreath.
Yeah.
But
That's much more helpful. Archie, you need to stop being so Welsh.
poor Archie.
Please speak American like every respectable person in the world does.
Yeah, okay, so okay. Is a candy cane,
fair.
a tree, a wreath?
To be fair, I've heard both being said in America, so
What was the last thing?
Gingerbread man.
yeah.
Okay, what are the options on your thing to turn them to?
I don't think they'll put the combination on the box, but I'll double check just for you. Is there a combination on the box?
No. If you look at the dials, each dial has a different color.
No, it's just colors.
Yeah, but what do they turn to?
You can turn them to a gingerbread man, a tree, a candy cane, or a wreath.
Like each one of them each dial has those 4 on it. It's like a number lock.
Oh well, I got all of those scribbled on my cell.
Oh. Well, what do you have over there?
I got 10 stars, 2 wreaths, 2 candy canes, 1 Christmas tree, and 1 gingerbread. And 1 crazy looking guy.
Now, my math ain't normally the best, but I think that's more than 4.
it must have to do with something else then. Like combine two things.
What'd you say, Matt? Can you disconnect and rejoin? Your mic was working just fine earlier, and I don't know why it's freaking out now.
It's starting to get a little worse now.
Just pop out for a second, pop back in. Sometimes it just resets.
Just does not like that.
Okay. Go ahead and try to say what you were saying again.
Oh, is it now?
Oh
It's
my
good
gosh,
now.
so much better.
So much
Perfect.
better.
I don't know why he was freaking out.
So, yeah,
There goes.
we have a plethora of shapes. Usually in escape rooms, there's like something to translate the shapes. If that makes any sense.
Why would people trap themselves for fun? I don't understand this.
It's a test of wit.
Well, has anyone asked that skinny guy if there's anything useful in his cell? I know
I
he's
know,
kind
let's
of a
ask
bummer,
him.
but
That would be Saint Nick himself.
Hey, you old fart. You done chain smoking down there?
He just kind of sighs. No.
There's
What
nothing in
about
your cell.
No. It's hopeless.
There is always hope. You know this. I know this. Everyone knows this. Even in the darkest of hours. Or it can't rain all the time.
He just kind of turns away from you, and you watch as another cigarette gets lit.
Great.
Well, his magic can't be all done if he's able to summon cigarettes.
This is very
Anyway,
true.
so we know this one has a wall. We have a box. That one's got symbols on it. What about the other two?
I just got a list. A list of possibly people in whether somebody thinks they're naughty or nice.
Well, perhaps the number of signs I have on my wall is a combination for your cell, Minuzune and Brizio.
Possibly. Read them off for me again.
There are 10 stars, 2 laurels, 2 candy canes, 1 Christmas tree, 1 gingerbread man.
The stars aren't anything for us at the minute.
I also have a crazy man here with a big brain and crazy eyes and a sticking tongue.
Does anyone have colours?
I do not.
Milo?
Only color is red.
Okay, one's got red.
Uh-oh, Matt, is your mic not working again? Oh no! I feel so bad! Technical difficulties are the worst.
Mm-hmm.
You're awfully silent over there, Milo.
Hello?
Yay! He's having an existential crisis in the corner, it's fine.
Oh no.
Oh no!
So, hello?
It's
Hello?
really not liking me.
Matt, can you do me a favor? If you go to your user settings, change your input device to something that's not your mic for a second. And then put it back to your mic. And then the only other thing that I think to do is just check that your input sensitivity is at a, either have it on automatic or, like, crank it down. So it sounds like you're cutting out because your input sensitivity isn't good. Pause for the fixing of technology.
I would like to use
Yeah.
3 of my Christmas spirit to use the ability to clear somebody's speech to help Matt.
That's very sweet, Candle.
And unfortunately, I don't think that's how that works.
Oh,
Not yet, anyway.
Am I coming through okay?
There we go.
Okay, we're
Good job,
getting
Candle.
We're getting there.
Okay.
That's a lot better than it's been.
Yeah, good job, Matt.
Yeah.
So sorry. I know that's
Okay.
so discouraging.
Uh-oh.
We're good. Wait, so last thing I remember, we're looking for colors.
They were
Huh?
they were asking about colors.
Someone said red.
Okay, I have colors.
What colors?
I have yellow, blue, white, and red.
You know what? That matches up. Yellow, blue,
Perfect.
white, red. Anything else?
Okay, so there's 1 white, 2 reds, 3 blues, and 4 yellows.
well, if you add the red from Jack's spot, we've got 2 reds.
I'm not sure mine's part of that.
Yeah, probably not. So you said
They
you
may-
have. You have what?
I have 1 white, 2 reds, 3 blues, and 4 yellows.
So does that mean that each of the numbers, so like, let's just start with red. Like, does the number above our wheel need to be 2 reds, and then it has to be one of the ones that connect with Bryn jars? So like, maybe it's like the number has to be 2, and maybe it's like laurels or something.
Oh, I see
Maybe?
what you're saying. So, what I'm thinking, how many shapes did you have?
4. We had laurels, reefs, as some people call them.
Candy cane, tree,
A
and
Christmas tree.
gingerbread.
Okay. And somebody else had those shapes, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. Brinjal.
Renjar, how many shapes did you have?
Well, I've got the stars, I've got the reefs, I've got the candy canes, I've got the gingerbread man, and I've got a Christmas tree.
Okay.
I think he dropped what he has
dropped them
in
in
the
chat.
chat.
Oh. Ah. Okay, so the only things that are on the boxes are the laurels, the candy canes, the Christmas trees, and the gingerbreads.
Yeah, completely discourage the stars for now.
Stars might
But
be
there's
something.
6 of those shapes, and we only need 4.
Yes.
How do we get from 6 shapes to 4 shapes?
Maybe it's rotations.
Maybe.
Try to at least turn them.
Fuck it, why not?
Maybe do
Alright, let's start
like,
off with red. What was your red one?
Red was 2.
Alright, 1, 2, so that's 3. Yellow.
Yellow was 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. Laurel. White.
Blue was 3.
Oh, blue. 1, 2, 3. Gingerbread
sorry.
man.
And white was 1.
one candy cane.
Nothing seems to happen.
Well, I'm out of ideas.
Maybe let's do it this way. You said you have 3 red?
2 red.
2 red. So let's do it from the starting point. Maybe do it like 4, like adding the 2 reds with 2 like laurels or something.
Maybe.
I will note as a hint, little metagame hint. You, things like these, you will need to use something from every cell. I don't think anybody has asked Jack what's in his cell yet.
Jack said
Jack,
the
what's
names.
in
Have a
your
list of names.
Yeah, names on a bit of red.
Okay, but what is the list of names, guys?
Names.
What's your names, Jack?
We got Wreath Havoc, Candy Bartholomew, Ginger Weasley, Kane Hidden Sword, Chris Greentree, and Mouth Wreather.
And you didn't think this would be relevant, Jack?
No.
No.
Hey, I'm a little stupid. Can you put those in the chat?
Sure.
But you Arctic, anything in your cell besides the frozen wall?
From what I can tell. It only
Man, that's a lot
appears
of
that
holes.
there are 6 sets of keys in the box, and the box is red. If these unfortunately, I am not versed in fire, so I cannot melt these. But I have a feeling there's something with these that would not let me do that regardless.
DM says no.
Yeah. I'm gonna cast firebolt or a creep bonfire. No.
Nope. And as you're kind of gathering all of this information, you're starting to feel the toll that being down here is taking on you, and everybody goes ahead and loses 2 Christmas spirit.
Oh.
But I just got those.
I don't think it's been 15 minutes.
It has been.
Well,
That's been a good.
looking at the list of Jack, it looks like maybe for the naughty we subtract 1, and for the nice we add 1. So for the wreath, since that's naughty, we would remove 1. For the candy Bartholomew nice, we would add 1.
That sounds like it would be correct.
I am no mathematician. I'll leave you guys ask if figuring the numbers.
I do not know
Numbers.
math. The numbers, Mason, what do they mean?
Yay, numbers with dyslexia. Okay. Subtract 1. Oh.
Everybody's
Hold on.
thinking so hard.
Hello?
I think everybody's still here. I think they're all just thinking.
Oh, not Brimjar. Brimjar is trying to break out.
Okay.
Brimjar.
Brimjar is just like, yeah, pulling. Kenny, are you muted talking? Or are you on the phone? Because I hear you.
Hello?
Oh, you know what? I think his mom came upstairs. She was over doing some stuff outside, so I think that he had to go chat with her quickly. It's okay. You don't
That's
you don't need him right now.
Is this wall like? Can we see through it or no? Is it like a stone wall?
It's like a stone wall.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go over here and start yelling at Saint. Not yelling at him, but yelling for him. And I'm gonna spend 2 Christmas spirit points to give everybody in the area 3 Christmas spirit points with my radiant joy,
Okay.
including Saint Nick. And I'm going to Nick. We need your help. There's hope. We're all together now. This is what Christmas is about, anyways. So I'll give him 3 points, and I'm gonna try and get him to help us because I think we need to know what's in his cell still.
Okay, go ahead and roll a persuasion check.
A 30.
Just a casual 30. You just hear a sigh. You just hear a sigh, and as he kind of is looking around, he just says, I don't have anything in here. All I have is my lighter and my cigarettes. And not a lot of hope, but I'm trying, okay? Victor took over and he locked me in here. And
Well, can you
time
pass
to
your
get
lighter
your
to
gift
Arctic
back.
so it can melt down the ice?
yeah, I can try if you need it. But I don't know that a lighter is going to be enough to melt the ice. It's just a casual lighter. Also, Jack, what were you saying?
I was just telling him to get his get back.
It's hard because the Christmas magic lives in the heart of everyone. And for those who live on it, it's a death sentence now that it is being delayed, being killed. With so much evil at the source now, the magic doesn't stand a chance. It can only be restored by a monumental act of goodness, but everything has to be cleansed still. People are expecting presents, and I'm stuck down here.
Stop being such a negative Nelly and get to it. You're making me sad.
Get to what?
Work.
I can't. I'm
You're
stuck
the
in
hardest
here.
working man in history, by all accounts. You're just gonna quit? That's lazy.
Fine.
If we work together, we can definitely get out of here.
I don't have anything in my cell other than what I'm holding.
And your big, massive, eternal brain. Why don't you use it?
What you holding?
Just a lighter. It's not going to be enough to melt the ice, but maybe if there was something else.
Burn down
I'm
the
guessing that
box.
something else is in this. I'm just gonna shoot it at this point. I'm getting annoyed.
You shoot it and the bullet bounces off and goes flying wide.
Jesus.
Almost hits Maluzine, you dodge out of the way.
Aren't you like 2 inches tall? Can't you just squeeze through the bars?
Can I squeeze the bars?
So here's what I'm gonna say. You can squeeze through the bars, but you are too small. And to get to the box itself is also iced over. Okay. All right. Well, you said that you had a naughty and nice list, Jack.
Yeah, I'm assuming you didn't write it in blood.
I did not. But usually we disregard the naughty and only take the nice.
Well, so if that's the case, then what? Candy cane, gingerbread, candy cane, tree.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, wait. Instead of laurel, say wreath and compare it to the names.
What? Hold on, I'm dumb.
I don't think the wreath versus loyal thing matters here because we're gonna disregard both the wreaths.
Yeah. So I guess I'll put that combination in. The
Nothing seems to happen. You
Okay,
like
wait. So we used the naughty nice list. We used shakes. The only thing we haven't used is mine. It's still the white hoe, 2 red hoe, 3 blue hoe, 4 yellow hoe.
we
Oh, maybe we could do it this way.
you're more than welcome to try.
Somehow the colors need to match up with the symbols. So maybe there's like supposed to be like 2 candy canes, 1 tree, and 1 gingerbread, and they have to match up with. And then maybe like turning the dial is important with the colors.
But then what would signify the color yellow?
There's 4 yellow ones. If you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Would hear you.
Oh, okay, cool. I am looking for a new headset because I thought mine was not working.
It's working okay.
Oh, maybe,
Now.
If only we
maybe
had the
turning-
designer of this awful puzzle in ourselves with us, we would destroy him.
I'm not gonna lie. This is so funny to me because I solved it so fast.
Of course you did.
so,
But I love puzzles like this.
so maybe
Yeah.
the red and white one need to be a candy cane because the candy cane is red and white.
Zari,
So, like-
would you mind sharing all of the pamphlets with everyone?
Sure.
So we can see exactly what everyone's saying.
I can do that. We can do that. It's gotten to the point that you guys have told everybody everything. Did it not work?
Not got anything yet.
I just keep seeing mine pop up.
Oh, you know what? It's because I put in... Okay, hold on. Hold on. I gotta do this. There we go.
No.
Okay, so this is in Brinjar Cell. This is in Jack's cell. Is the naughty and the nice list. This is in Milo's cell. And then as they kind of
Imagine
just...
the green is yellow. So
Yeah, the green's supposed to be yellow. And then this is the box that you are looking at. And then the only other thing that you really need to know, this is an Arctic cell, but you don't really need to see it. It's just a visual.
What did that combination of candy cane, gingerbread, candy cane, tree?
So like maybe turn the white one 6 times and the red one 7 times. And
Alright.
then maybe the yellow one 5 times. And then sorry, yellow one 6 times. And then the blue one 5 times.
No, I'll do all that.
It does not seem to work.
Maybe we have to spend them a certain amount of time and end at a certain symbol.
So probably.
How many red holes there are? Would roll the first symbol twice and end at candy cane.
Yeah, so maybe white and red. So turn the white one once and land on candy cane. The red one twice and on candy cane. And then maybe yellow 4 times and land on
On the gingerbread.
the gingerbread. And then the blue one 3 times and land on the Christmas tree.
That does not seem to work. You get the sense that it's not about how many times the dial is spun. It's more about what color is associated with what symbol.
Well, red and white would be candy cane.
Green/yellow would be tree. So what, blue is gingerbread?
Gingerbread ain't blue, last I remember.
There's the only thing left. Let's try that one.
That does not seem to work.
I'm out of ideas.
Do you guys need tap the DM for a little bit of help?
Yeah, it's fine.
I need to tap the DM to just get us out of this puzzle, please.
This is
I'm losing
Kenny.
it.
This is Kenny when Kenny and Zari are doing things like this. We do puzzle
This is
games
just my
together
brain.
all the time.
I am bad at these. My brain hurts. And then she watches me play blueprints, and then it's oh.
Okay.
Can we roll like an insight check? See how much.
So I will give you, Santa gave you this tip. Santa said, disregard the naughty, right? So only take the nice. So you have 4 nice names. You have 4 dials. And each nice name is associated. You guys have already figured this out, so I'm not giving you any new information at this point. You've each figured out that, like, as Milo is writing in there, each name is kind of associated with a symbol, correct? So now you have 4 symbols. You just don't know which symbol is associated with which color or what order they're in, right? Then the next thing that you know is, you have kind of figured out that there's a color order.
All right, try gingerbread.
So white candy cane. Do that dial first,
Okay.
and then the second dial will be red, on candy cane as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Blue would be the third that you need to do with gingerbread. And then yellow is the fourth one on Christmas tree.
That does not seem to work. Shorty, what were you on to?
Hold on. Do gingerbread, do candy cane, do... No, wait, not candy cane. Hold on. There's so many colors. Hold on, let me start over. Okay, do gingerbread, do tree, gingerbread tree, candy cane, candy cane. Gingerbread tree, candy cane, candy cane.
Anything?
Yes. The final dot.
Of course, Shorty figures it out.
Dot clicks into place, and you hear the sound of sleigh bells that rings through the woods. And you see in the wooden box a can of hairspray. However, it has been another 15 minutes, so I need everybody to subtract an additional. Ooh, I rolled bad. Well, bad for you. 5 Christmas spirit.
So we should be down like 4 total.
Yes, because
Well, I'm down
remember.
6, but yeah.
Remember that Jack did give everybody 3 at some point. I'm just gonna tell you all because I'm sure you're curious. If you look, Milo's gave you the order. So 1 white. So the first one in Jack's list that's nice is candy. So the white candy cane is, so the white dial gets turned to candy cane. 2 is the red color. So the gingerbread is red. 3 is the blue color. So the third one on the list is another candy cane. So blue is candy cane. And 4 is the yellow color. So that's the Christmas tree.
Okay, so can I go through the cells and go get the lighter from...
Yeah, and I will actually say that since you're so small and you can like fly through the cells, you can go get the lighter from Santa easily. Normally there would have been a check to pass it, but between you ferrying all of the stuff, you bring the lighter and the hairspray to Arctic, and Arctic, you can light her up.
And Arctic is just gonna take everything, just go, well, let's see what happens. And just lights that sucker up.
You do, and as the ice begins to melt, you watch as it melts around the keys, and you manage to just kind of reach out, and I think like between Blue's Night flying, you guys get the keys to Arctic, and Arctic, you're able to unlock yourself and go out, and you can unlock everybody else.
Yay, I can't move my token, but fair enough, yay.
So as you unlock the others and the others are out of their cells and roaming around, Santa's still kind of just sitting on the ground in his cell.
I will go to him.
You do?
Yeah, Brimjar is gonna slap the back of Matt's head and say, "You couldn't figure this out on your own," and then he'll join our Jack with Santa.
Well, Santa, the first step in our mini step process to a giant miracle to save Christmas is done.
You did manage to get out and free me, I suppose.
You don't climb the ladder 20 rungs at a time. Let's get up and go, and I'll put a hand out to him.
Go ahead and roll me one more persuasion check.
Oh.
I don't know. I don't know that I have it in me to save things.
Well, that's what brain jar is for. You're just gonna start doing your job after it's done.
It's Brimjar is gonna come in and say, "It's not about saving things. It's about creating space for what matters." And I will give him the bittersweet jewel and make it play.
Oh. Oh my gosh. Okay. Remind me what that does again.
Sure.
Thank you. So as you pull it out, it begins to like play this horribly sad but also very sweet image. And you see the illusionary magic as a dance of snow goes across the cell, and you see Valora, the woman from the beginning scene, playing with her husband and her son playing in the snow, and you just feel like both a sense of sorrow of those who are lost, but also a reminder and a joy of what you are doing this for. And you see as Santa's holding it, the kind of a golden energy begin to fill him. And he holds on to it and holds it to his chest. Go ahead, and for the sake of this, I'll have you also roll a persuasion check.
Everything. A 14.
Okay. With the gift of Christmas spirit to Santa, and with a 14, and with Jack's earlier 30 persuasion check, holy goodness. He kind of, you see the golden energy go into him, and just kind of a peace washing over his face, and he looks at you, Jack, one step at a time, and he looks at you, Brinjar, and we're not alone. And he kind of like stands up for a little bit and brushes off his pants that are horribly dirty, and stuffs out his cigarette. Ho, ho, ho. It is good to be out of the cell. Thank you, adventurers. But I'm afraid without my magic, I don't know how much I'll be able to give you, but I think I know where we can get something. Come on. And he will lead you.
You look famished. I'll give him one cookie.
He eats it, and he, like, smiles at you as he eats it. Okay. And with that, you guys have exited, and you have Santa with you, and you are heading on out. So I would love if everybody can add 3 Christmas spirits. Okay. I don't remember what this song is, but hopefully it's not too depressing. Nope, it's still depressing. It's fine. Okay. It's okay. We'll just not have music in the background for a moment. So as you reach the top of the stairs, you kind of are in this hallway, and you quickly find over off to the side a rug that is stitched with chocolate chip cookies and a glass full of milk on it. And you see as Santa walks over to it and moves the rug to the side and opens up a hatch, and you see a pitch black room before you, but you smell a little bit of cinnamon and perfume. And the dark feels a little comforting as Santa begins climbing down this ladder. And you watch as the light flicks on, and in before that, as you descend, you see Mrs. Claus standing before you. And she is very grim-faced, but she's smiling. And as the moment that she sees Santa, she rushes towards him and wraps him in a hug and goes, "Oh, what a miracle. It's so, so good to see you, Nick." And she's just hugging him. And as you guys are descending into this light-filled room, and it's cheerful and it feels safe for a moment, you gain an additional 3 Christmas spirit. And around you, you see 6 crystal glass cases on pedestals, and each contains a glittering item. As Mrs. Claus turns to you, and she walks up to each of you and puts a hand on your face and just goes, "It is so good to see you, sweetie. Thank you for bringing him back to me."
It was all
Anything for you, Mrs.
hallucinate.
Claus?
And then what'd you say, Candle?
Anything for you, Mrs. C?
She like pats your hand. Now, listen, dears. I know that there's a lot happening. I need to get, and she kind of like gestures over where she's wrapped up Santa a little bit in a blanket and kind of sat him in the corner. I've been hiding out here trying to do what I can, but he needs a moment of breath. Do you think that you can maybe handle the situation?
Of course. This is what we're here for, after all, to restore Christmas.
Now, I have some presents for you. I want to make sure that you have a moment to rest. I want to make sure that you have presents and gifts, that you are able to take on Victor, but I need you to know, these are the last remnants of Christmas magic. And I'm giving them to you because I see hope. I see fight. I see joy. I know there's a lot of misery, but each of you embody the Christmas spirit. And I'm so proud of you, but there isn't much time. And it's about midnight, and so it marks the beginning of Christmas Day. And with that, she begins to hand out presents for each of you. So, who would like to go first?
Me.
Okay. So, Maluzine. She walks up to you and she kind of holds her hand out as you land in it. And she brings you over to a pedestal where you see a top hat. And as she pulls it out, it magically shrinks as she places it on your head. And you see that this top hat has a green band around it and a beautiful little bit of holly. And she says, okay, so I think this is very fitting for you, my little performer. So you can, and the way this magic works, and you can find it in D&D Beyond, it's called an ordinary top hat. But the way this works is if you choose to sing the typical snowman carol for 2 actions, you can still do bonus actions and movement and stuff, and pass a performance check. The hat spins in the air at the beginning of your 3rd turn, and you summon the abominable snowman.
I love that.
And I will also send the character sheet of the snowman to you, Amy. It's a pretty cool enemy, and it's a great assistance in battle. So the downfall of this item is that you do have to take some time to summon it, but the benefit of this item is it will definitely help. So
Sweet.
Go ahead and find that item in your inventory. And with that, you gain an additional Christmas spirit. And then she turns to the rest of you. Who would like their present next?
Well, I'll take mine then.
She like hooks her arm with you, Brinjar, and leads you over to another one of the pedestal. And you see a gigantic candy cane, like the size of your arm, wrapped in a glittering red ribbon. And she holds it out to you as she like touches it and pulls it out. And she goes, now, this is a very misleading but very powerful weapon. So, and if you want, you can find it in the inventory. It's called a Colossal Candy Cane of Collision.
I like it.
So you can use your Christmas spirit to make a... Oh my goodness, I'm getting so many... my voice is echoing everywhere. Okay, you can use a Christmas spirit to make a melee attack with advantage, or a ranged attack with advantage, and then it deals a whole bunch of bludgeoning damage to multiple targets. So it's kind of like a boomerang style item. I will need to add or if you know how to do it, Candle, add a custom attack. There wasn't a way to do this as a weapon that was going to work well, because it has a very specific plus to hit.
Okay.
So, and then it also deals an additional radiant damage.
Okie dokie.
Okay, let me know if you need help adding the custom attack.
Oh, I'm fine. I'll just use my regular weapon and then add those modifiers.
Okay, sounds good. Alrighty, who would like their item next? Otherwise, I will
If
pick
no one
someone.
else is going, I will be the next one.
Arctic, she leads you over to a pedestal, and you see an absolutely adorable wreath. It has popcorn and little ornaments and pine tree needles, and definitely very murderous. And she pulls it out and she puts it around your neck, so you are now a robot with a wreath around your neck like a necklace.
Let's go.
And she goes, now, this is called the Wreath of Reckoning. It is a very special magic weapon. You can send it out to deal some damage at a range, and then you can now, if the attack hits them really, really well, you can spend a Christmas spirit to pull the ribbon, and you can either bring them closer, or you could try to send them prone. And I will say, Arctic, you can use this in your wild shape.
Oh, okay.
So as you wild shape, the wreath still stays around your neck.
Hilarious. I love it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Good to know. Thank you.
And she smiles and like pats your cheek like a grandma. Jack, I think it's your turn next. And she'll walk over to you, Jack.
Oh, I really don't need anything, but I do appreciate it.
Well, how about this then? How about not a gift, but a treat?
Like a sweet treat?
Yes. And she walks over to a box and she opens it, and you see that there are 3 gingerbread sitting in it. Refined little gingerbread men that have top hats, monocles, and fancy frosting suits. And she goes, now, you can consume each of these and gain advantage on charisma for a little bit. And so, Shorty, that is gingerbread gentlemen, and you have 3 of them. And they are a bonus action to consume.
Alrighty, I will take the box of gingerbreads.
Perfect. Go ahead and add those. Now. Who's left? Milo, come here. And Milo, she will pull you over to another box that she opens, and you see a beautiful set of ornaments. And this magic item is called Our Last Ornaments. There's a faint glow of Christmas magic still inside. And she kind of hands them to you. These are a little bit of a gamble. You set a good or a bad intention, and spend some Christmas spirit energy. And if you set a good intention, then you can do some healing energy. If you set a bad intention, you can do some damage and some different abilities to enemies. Looks like Matt's fixing his mic, so he says they're gorgeous and he loves them. And last but not least, and she walks over to you, Brizio, and she's holding what looks to be a catalog in her hands. And you see a giant Sharpie circle over something called the Stocking Stuffer, and she hands it to you. Now, I know you deal quite a bit with magic items and handing them out. And so I figured it would be best if you were the one to have this. And Archie, you can add Mrs. Claus's gift catalog, so if in your inventory. And the way this works is, as a bonus action, you can spend the required amount of Christmas spirit to purchase an item from the catalog. It will be delivered aggressively in 3 rounds. There's like eggnog, which will regain HP. There's apple pie, which will do regain HP for like a group of people. You could get Santa's smokes, which will give spell slots back. And sugar cookies, which will give inspiration.
You know I don't need any of this.
No, but I figured you wouldn't mind holding on to them and summoning them for your friends. And she just pushes it into your hand and pats your cheek and walks away to the rest of the group.
Mhm.
It's one of those, like, you can't say no to her things. Now, take a moment. Take a breath here. This is a safe space. But hurry. It is about midnight. It is Christmas Day. And before we can do anything else, Santa needs a moment to rest. And I need you to cave that fucker's skull in. And you hear Santa in the corner go, oh my goodness.
Melissa's just gonna be like,
with your gifts, you each received a point of Christmas spirit, and then at this moment, you may now take a short rest. And during this short rest, since you are in the presence of Mrs. Claus, you also gain another 2 Christmas spirit. So,
I will use Song of Rest also if anyone is rolling hit dice.
okay. Why don't you go ahead and roll your Song of Rest in case anybody needs it. So, does anybody need to roll any hit dice?
I do not.
Neither do I.
Yeah, you guys did a pretty good job. Okay. With that, you have rested, you have your items, and you have what you are doing. So, what would you like to do? Where would you like to go? Are you ready to go cave that fucker's skull in?
Let's crack some nutcrackers.
Okay. So, as you head up the stairs and kind of go back through the hallway back to Santa's workshop, the room where it began, you enter the foyer of Santa's workshop and you see front and center Victor standing there. And he turns and looks at all of you. You don't know when to quit, do you? You just don't know when to quit. Don't you know I have an army? Don't you know that means you can't win? You're losers. You are nothing. And you see spittle spraying from his mouth as he finishes his sentence. He brings his hands above his head and shadows begin to spill from his body, forming phantoms around the floors to you. Show me how much your Christmas means to you. And with that, we are moving back to Santa's workshop. And in the center, you see our good old friend Victor, and I would love if everybody could roll me some initiatives. So remember, if you click your character token, it will auto roll for you. If you don't, just let me know and I can add it for you very easily.
Hold on, it's not rolling for me.
yeah, it's not either for me. This extension is being stupid.
Borked.
try again. There you go. I fix it by just turning on and off the extension if anyone else is having issues.
There we go.
Okay. So Meluzine, you got a 6. I think I'm missing Milo's initiative. Oh, I see it.
Everything's just getting borked today.
That's okay. It happens. That's the downfall of using technology, is being dependent on technology.
Yeah.
Okay. And so as you begin to walk into the room, Victor declaring this, looking at you, frustrated, annoyed, as darkness begins to spill through this room. And the whole space is rather dark. You can kind of see bits and pieces and flashes here and there, some of the glowing spaces. And Jack, you see him kind of pulling this magic out of him, but you act first. What would you like to do?
I'll just keep it simple and I'll shoot him twice. 24.
24 does hit. Go ahead and roll your damage.
21 damage.
Okay. You see that
And-
cold damage does not do as much as you hoped it would.
Okay, and then 11 more cold damage. Whatever that is.
Okay. As your
Uh,
arrows sing into him, the cold kind of being swallowed up a bit by the shadows.
Okay, and Jack will just move, and that'll be all he does.
Okay. It is now... Oh dear. It is now Victor's turn. And so, hold on one second. I need to fix something. There we go. And you watch as the shadows continue to pour from him. And he turns to all of you and says, "Now, it is time for you to pay. You freed Santa, and I will not let you get any further. I will capture him and I will put him back down there." And I would love everybody, as the whole room begins to fill with this shadow, I need everybody to make a charisma saving throw.
Uh-oh.
Oh my
Everyone within
god.
10 feet of me has a +3, so Melusine, you've got a +3 on your check. Your saving throw.
Okay.
It's really not liking me.
I'm so sorry. I think I'm missing
why.
a saving throw from Milo as well.
Jesus Christ.
There we go. Okay. So with that being said, as the darkness kind of covers you for just a moment, you feel just the burden of the monumental task on your shoulders. Some of you manage to shrug off the effect a little bit, but those who are a little bit more affected, such as Milo, as well as Jack, you take a total of 24 necrotic damage. And in addition, you lose 3 Christmas spirit points. For those who succeeded, so that is everybody else who I did not name, you take 12 necrotic damage. And do not lose any Christmas spirit points. And with that, he will pull back a bit and move over here. And that is the end of his turn. Okay, Arctic, it is now your turn.
Oh, boy. I don't know if there's anything that's going to let me get that close, but... Oh, wait. Hold on, I could be... Well, I've been wrong before. And Arctic is actually going to do a thing. He's going to do his bonus action wild shape.
Okay.
Sorry, their bonus action wild shape. And you see their body almost like get light, like start floating lighter and lighter and become more transparent. Almost like they're becoming made up of wind itself.
Mm-hmm.
And going to wild shape into an air elemental.
That's so cool.
Yeah, so I got that gives me a 90-foot fly speed.
And I think you are large.
Yes, that is correct. So in this case, I am going to... I want to angle myself to a certain degree. I actually want to go and get behind him here.
Okay.
So just go. I do not think so. I am going to... I don't know how well that would work out, but you know what? We're just gonna keep it stupid simple. We are going to do the whole thing of we're just gonna make the multi-attack with Slam. I don't think I can do it in here. Nope, I gotta... Okay. I almost forgot the D when I'm trying to type this whole thing out. Ick.
Ooh, that is a natural 20.
Okay. That's gonna be... So instead of rolling 2d8, I'm rolling 4d8.
Sure.
If I'm understanding correctly, because each slam attack is 2d8 plus
Yep.
5.
So go ahead and roll 48 plus 5. And as your attack goes to hit him, you watch as one of the shadows completely wraps your wind attack into it, and he pulls his hand back and bursts energy at you. He completely negates this attack using a legendary action, and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
I hate it here. I really hate it here.
Okay, you are now blind until the end of your next turn. So not this turn, but the following. But you still have your multi-attack, so you can attack at disadvantage.
I get a natural 20. I get a natural 20, and not only have it nullified, I get punished.
Yep.
Why do you do this to me, DM? Why? I thought we were friends.
Oh my goodness. Go ahead and roll your next attack at disadvantage.
She does it out of love. Okay, so 17.
A 17 does not hit. You just blinded wildly are kind of lashing out, and you feel him dodging and moving underneath your attacks. Anything else you can do?
No, that's it.
Okay, Milo, it is your turn with Brinjar on deck. Matt? Oh, if you were talking, we can't hear you, unfortunately. I know we were having mic issues. Okay, but you are blessing, so let me know who you would like to bless. So, Maluzine, Brinjar, and Jack. Okay. I'm gonna put little pink dots on you to remember that you are blessed, so that is a d4 to any attacks or saving throws. And then, Milo, remember that you have concentration. Any bonus action or movement? Okay, sounds good. Brinjar, it is now your turn.
Alright, I will move forward 30 feet, and I too will cast Bless at this time on Milo, Arctic, and Brizio, so that we are all blessed.
Okay, we have a double bless going on. I'm putting blue dots on your blessing, and then an orange dot to remind you of concentration.
Okay.
Bonus action or anything?
Can I do anything cool with my bonus action? I don't think so. No. Yeah, that ends my turn.
Okay, Brizio, it is now your turn. Archie?
Archie.
Uh-oh. Are we having another microphone issue?
Nominator here is Zari.
No.
There we go. Hi, Archie.
I'm just gonna try using Scorching Ray. Oh, okay.
Oh no.
Okay.
So let's try this. Why does it keep bringing up that? $29.
29 does hit.
God's sake. That was a little awful. 11 for the first attack.
Okay. As he's kind of squaring off with Arctic, your shot goes and hits him. Okay, go ahead.
I got 2 more coming his way.
Ooh, nice. Look at that natural 20.
Last,
So is
last
that
one.
10 damage? I feel like that's not
Yep.
enough.
I roll awful.
It's just a D8? Oh, okay.
Nope,
Oh,
it's
it's
2d6.
okay. Oh, okay. Well, it's just 2d6. Got it. Sounds good. Carry on. Nice.
And
A
22.
22 does hit.
And I'll use. Wait, hold on. Actually, I think that's gonna have to be it.
Okay. Any movement?
I did move.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. As the shadows are creeping into this room, you begin to see creatures emerging from them as, a couple creatures come out and are beginning to creep forward. One of them is going to come to you, Brizio. Go ahead and roll me. Yeah, go ahead and roll me a dexterity saving throw or dexterity check. You do have a D4 on this. Ooh, nice. As this shadow comes and emerges and tries to wrap you in the shadows, you manage to dodge out of the way. The fire coming from your hands. Okay, Jack, this one's gonna come to you. This one's going to attempt to bite you. That is a... Oh, hold on. That is a 18 to hit you.
Yeah.
Okay. You take 7 necrotic damage. And this one's going to come to you, Brinjar, and it is also going to attempt to restrain you. So I need you to make a dexterity check.
Of course. That's a 22.
Okay. I rolled a 22 as well. However, you do have your bless, so I think you're going to save.
Right. Do I add a D3 or it's just a +3?
It's a D4.
All right. All right. So, well, you don't know. Maybe you'll win.
Well,
that's
mine was a
3.
22 as well, so no matter what you rolled, you were going to win.
You don't know that.
I wasn't going to roll anything else.
Well, maybe my dice gonna roll off the table and it's a natural 0 by default.
Uh-huh, that's totally how we play things. Okay. With that, you manage to also pull away from this creature as it tries to restrain you. Maluzne, it is your turn.
Okay. So I think first I'm going to kind of come over here.
Okay.
And then I'm going to cast Wall of Force.
Ooh, okay. Where are you casting it?
Gonna just kind of like slightly separate us a little bit to give us a little bit extra time. So like from here to here.
Let me help you a little bit with this. As you're still kind of learning some of the spells. So doing that against a caster isn't going to do too much because the casting and the magic can still technically go through. So he can still cast spells on you. So to be honest with you, considering that is one of your highest level slots, I would choose something else. It's not going to give you much protection as much as you think it would because he can still cast through it and cause magic through it. So another fun option, you could do Bigby's Hand, which could attempt to attack one of them, or you could cast haste on an enemy or an ally would be fun if you're looking for a couple other options, or you can also just attack. I mean, if you still want to cast Wall of Force, you are absolutely allowed to, but I'm letting you know that it's not going to do much for you in this fight.
Would Charm Monster technically be able to charm these guys?
It could. It absolutely could.
I will do that.
Okay. Sounds good. Which one would you like to attempt to charm?
This one.
Which one? Okay.
That one. One next to Brinjar.
Okay. So just letting you know, it's going to make the save with advantage because you are fighting it. And it will only maintain the charmed condition, which means that he won't attack you and is kind of like somewhat open to listening to what you say. Until it is damaged. So it is up to you if you want to do that, but I'm just making sure you understand like what all of the different things are.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. I'm going to make that wisdom saving throw at advantage. What is your save?
Which one is that?
You're saved here. If you cast the spell, it'll show it, but it also says at the top of your spells. Okay. So I unfortunately rolled a 19. However, it is a -1, but it's still an 18. So the advantage kind of got you there. I'm so sorry. And what happens is as you're expending the magic to try to charm it and pull it towards your ways, Victor reaches out and he cuts through with some of his shadows and he goes, "They work for me," as he yells out. Would you like to do a bonus action or any other movement? Amy?
Yeah, I'm thinking. I will try to move a little bit closer to Brinjar.
Okay.
And then I'm going to cast Bardic Inspiration on him.
Okay, sounds good. So with your bonus action, you give him a little bit of inspiration, and you have, I think it's a D8?
It says...
It's a D10.
10?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so Brinjar, you now have a Bardic Inspiration. Okay, top of the round. Jack, it is your turn.
Alright, Jack will shoot twice at this one on Brizio.
Okay.
A 19.
19 does indeed hit.
12 cold damage.
Okay, the cold damage does normal on them.
And 17.
Wait, question, do you have dark vision? I don't think you do.
No, if it's too dark, I might need an action for this.
No, you're fine. Something else.
Oh, okay. Alright. Okay, then I will just shoot twice.
17 does hit.
17. Alright. 18 more cold damage.
Okay. This, as your frost arrows go through, the first one kind of goes through and it looks like the shadows dissipate and then come back together, but are struggling to come back together. And the second one, you actually seem to find purchase at the core of something as ice begins to spread along the shadow.
Alright, and then I will risk an attack of opportunity to run and cower behind Brizio.
Okay. That is a 17?
That does hit me.
Okay. He, once again, you feel just like a necrotic bite of 6 necrotic energy as you move away from this creature.
And I will get behind Brizio and give him a nice little pat on the butt to inspire him.
Beautiful. You are now inspired with a D10, Brizio. Okay. And it is now our BBG's turn. So, Victor, let's see if he gets his ability back. He does. Which one do I want to do? I still don't think he's going to do that. I think that what he's going to do is he turns to you, Arctic, and says, "I think it would be fun to see what would happen if you were my puppet." And he casts out, and you see these strings of shadow energy coming from his hands. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
Okay. With a 21, you do save. You feel just voices in your head, "You should do this. You're not powerful unless I'm in charge. I know what I'm doing." You hear that in your head, and you steel yourself. You know who you are and what you are for, and it does not work.
One so cold, you truly know nothing.
And with that, he turns and looks at you, Brinjar, and with his bonus action, I need you to make me a charisma saving throw.
Yes, ma'am. That's a 29.
Okay. He looks at you, and you get the sense that you're supposed to feel despair, but you're who you are. You know who you are. You know what you serve, and it doesn't do anything to you. and he kind of gets angry as none of his stuff is working. And that is his turn. Okay, great saves, guys. Arctic, it is your turn. You guys don't even need to tap into your bless. You rolled so well. Arctic, it is your turn with Milo on deck.
You know, I'm gonna try something a little fun here, because I can actually go right into his space.
Okay.
You know, even if this is a waste of an action, we're still gonna have fun doing it.
That's the spirit.
So we are going to. I really wish I could just. Oh, you know what's okay? That's. You know what's interesting? I picked the what. Oh my god! It didn't have the thing before for the slam attacks or anything. I click out of it. I click into another thing. It's there now.
Wow. Okay. So you can slam.
Oh, whirlwind.
Okay.
Nope, that's not what we're doing.
So I need a strength saving throw?
Yes. And just show it to you. Each creature in the elemental space must make a DC 13 strength save.
I unfortunately just make it. I just got a 13.
I wasn't sure how strong he was. On a failure, our target takes 3d8 plus 2 bludgeoning damage and is flung up 20 feet away from the elemental in a random direction and knocked prone. If a thrown target...
So
if the saving throw is successful, the target takes half the bludgeoning damage and isn't flung away or knocked prone.
Okay, so I take half of the 13? Or,
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
I mean, it's the same thing, it's 6.
13, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so he takes 6 bludgeoning damage and he is not flung away, unfortunately.
Correct.
Okay. Anything else in your turn? That would have
that
been
is
hilarious if it worked. I'm so sorry.
That was honestly my intent, was to like, oh, maybe I can fling him somewhere and just throw him completely off his rhythm.
That would have been hilarious. Okay, Milo, it is your turn with Brinjar on deck.
Jack and Brizio, are either of you wounded?
So wounded.
Okay. So I'm gonna cast Firebolt on the shadow.
Okay.
If it would go. Please go. It went.
Yay! A 21 definitely hits. Yeah, you absolutely decimate it. It looks like these things do not like fire. And as it disappears, Victor goes, no! And will immediately use a legendary action to resummon another one right in its place.
Oh! How rude. You burned down my orphanage. I only feel it's fair that I burn down your orphans.
Damn!
I'm gonna go up to Jack.
Holy fuckeroli.
I'm gonna go up to Jack, and I'm gonna rub his shoulders and cast Cure Wounds from the Necklace of Prayer Beads.
Okay, sounds good. Go ahead and roll that. Nice! That was a great roll. Okay, Jack, you healed 24.
Blessings to you, my cleric friend.
Obliged, obliged.
Anything else on your turn?
No, I think I'm good.
Okay. Brinjar, it is your turn with Brizio on deck.
Alright, give me a second, I'm almost done. Alright, so Brimjar is gonna go ahead, opening himself to an attack of opportunities from the shadow.
Okay. That was a nat 1.
Fantastic. I'm assuming I've got advantage because I'm
Sure.
flanking somewhat.
I'll allow it to be flanking.
Fantastic. I'll use my great axe just for the roll. That is... Come on, do your thing.
So since it is a +2 weapon...
Yeah, I already added it in there.
Okay, cool. Sounds good. Oh, why is it just rolling damage?
Yeah, I didn't roll with advantage. Let me try again. Oh, that's a 12?
Nope, that's just your damage. That's not even rolling to hit.
Give me that second. Oh, give me a second. Try this again. Your thing. Your thing says me? Maybe? Please? I'll refresh. Give me a second.
All good.
There we go. Roll. Oof. Okay. Great. So that's either a 9 or a 13, which I believe they both miss.
Yes,
However, for
unfortunately.
the sake of it, I'll add my bless and I'll add my inspiration.
Okay. You might make
That's a
it.
plus 10 for inspiration. That's 22 to hit.
Oh.
And I'll add my bless because I can. 26 to hit.
Okay, so I think what this looks like is it looks like the shadows are pulling your axe back, and as they are, you just remember the strength of your friends behind you, the strength of your companions behind you, and Santa believes in you, and Mrs. Claus believes in you as you cleave and you break through the shadows holding you and you cleave into him. Go ahead and roll me some damage.
Great. So, does it have a base bludgeoning damage on top of the radiant damage, or just a radiant damage?
It has a base bludgeoning damage, I believe. Hold on, let me pull
Okay,
up.
so
back
it will
up.
be 8 bludgeoning damage as well as
It's
6 radiant damage.
Okay, so 6 radiant damage, and then you can make a separate ranged attack against another creature as you like kind of boomerang it. So if you want to...
Oh, I
Yes.
thought it had to be in the same line of sight kind of a deal. But you mean I can also throw it to this dude as well?
Correct, sure.
Okay, cool. How does that work? Does it just
So,
another attack roll?
Yep, go ahead and roll me another attack roll.
Okay.
And you are expending a Christmas spirit point to do this.
Yes. So that is a 25 to hit for 14 slashing and another 3d6. No?
So no.
Whoop.
Okay, so
Oh,
the way it's
sorry.
going to work, no, it's okay. So Victor is going to take the 2d8 radiant damage, which as you watch, the radiant damage seems to oh, just kidding. Never mind. Radiant damage is normal to him. And then what happens is it does 3d6 bludgeoning damage to both targets. So go
Okay.
ahead and just roll me 3d6s.
So that's an 11.
Okay, so it does 11 to Victor, and as you hit him, the burst of radiant energy as it bursts back and gets flung back behind to the other guy for another 11 bludgeoning damage as you hit him.
Alright, great.
And then I will say for the sake of things, because it's a fun magical weapon, it boomerangs back to your hand.
Alright, can I pump it up with a Divine Smite? And if I do, does it attack both targets or just the one?
I will say it only attacks the one.
Okay, in that case, I will not do it. And I'll attack one another time. Nope. Come on, don't do this to me. What is happening here? What the hell is happening here? I swear to God, I only rolled once.
It's clicking so many times. Okay.
Okay.
So your original roll to hit was a 14, but go ahead and add your bless.
But I also have advantage off of it, so it would be the 15.
Okay.
And the bless. It's a 16.
Okay.
Which I believe this is.
It does indeed miss.
Alright, so that ends my turn.
Okay, as you try to catch it and you're harnessing a new weapon and you just don't quite aim correctly in the second as he manages to dodge out of the way. Brizio, it is your turn with Maluzne on deck.
I'll just use my action to make my cannon.
Okay.
Down here. I guess it could take an attack of opportunity.
Sure. If you want him to, that is a 20 dirty.
Yeah. Wait. No, I'll shield that.
Okay. As the shield goes flying up, as you expend your reaction. Okay, you've now moved away. What would you like to do?
Bonus action, shooting.
Okay, sounds good.
It not. Not letting me shoot. This is gonna attack, right? Hold on, it's not letting me do the thing.
You're okay. Sometimes refreshing helps it, or if you need to, you can always just roll and roll 20.
There it is. Rolled way too good.
Oh no, and it was an at one.
Yeah, that's my turn.
What was your action?
To make the second gun.
Oh, that's right. Okay. This is gonna be a fun next round for you. Maluzne, it is your turn with Jack on deck.
Okay, so for this one, when it says using a higher level spell slot, the damage increases by 1.
Correct. So if instead of casting it at 3rd level, you want to up it to 4th or 5th, that would work. So
if it's like so like if I did at 5, it'd be 2d6s.
it would be, yeah, an additional 2d6s. With lightning bolt, it's a very big, long line. So you're going to want to really get a good positioning here. But it will hit your compatriots if they are in the line as well.
Okay.
So,
I think
honestly, if you try to hit Victor right now, you will hit one or both of them. Or you could try to fly around maybe like somewhere over here, and I'd let you get both of these shadows.
yeah, I think I'll do that.
Okay. My recommendation would be to just leave it at 3rd level for that, because if you haven't noticed, they're not like super powerful, they're kind of squishy.
Yeah.
Okay, so a dexterity saving throw from me.
Thanks.
The first one manages to pass. He got a 17. The second one got a 5, so he fails for surezies. Okay, go ahead and roll me some damage. That is the 8d6.
Thing does not like me.
I know, I'm so sorry.
I have to keep turning on and off this stupid extension for it to even work. Don't know why. There we go.
Okay, 31 lightning damage. You you watch as both these creatures seem to not like lightning very much at all. So they are vulnerable to lightning, you have figured out, as both of them dissipate. Nice. Snaps to you.
And then... Oops. Okay, so quite a bit. Okay. And I'm going to come over here and cast Bardic Inspiration on Arctic.
Okay. Arctic, you now have a d10 of Bardic Inspiration to you.
You?
Okay. And with that, we are at the top of the round with Jack. What would you like to do?
Jack is gonna run around and shoot Victor twice.
Okay, go ahead.
I think Jack will sharpshooter them both too. So to 18, but I'm below.
Okay, go ahead and roll your blast.
So it's a 20.
A 20 misses.
Oh no. This one's pretty high. It's a 27.
Okay, a 27 does hit.
It is 26 cold damage.
Okay, from that sharpshooter, as the first arrow goes wide a little bit, as he kind of catches it and swings it up in his shadow and knocks it off course. But as he does that, it leaves an opening and one goes flying into his shoulder.
And then I don't know if Bridjar is inspired, but I'll scream, "Hit him with the cane!" and give him an inspiration.
I think he just expended it. So, Brinjar, you now have a bardic inspiration again. Okay. Anything else?
No.
Let's do this. He is going to use his action and is going to step into the shadows, and as he disappears, he magically teleports, switching spots with his shadow that was over here. And he will turn and glare at you, Milo. I need you to make it's not a spell, unfortunately, Candle. You can't counterspell it. But that would have been a great use of counterspell to get rid of a teleport. But as a bonus action, he will use his empty stare and look at Milo. So I need you to make a charisma saving throw.
Uh-oh.
Okay, you managed to save. And you hold on to the Christmas spirit in you. That is his turn. And in this moment, as his turn is ending, you see rushing in through the door is a very dirty Santa, still holding kind of the cloak around him, or his blanket around him, like a little cloak as he runs. And he yells out to you all and says, like limping through the door, and he goes, "Joy! He can't handle joy!" And he begins to cough, and as he takes a moment, he claps his hands, and you see a golden shockwave bursting through the room. The windows all shatter, and as they do, you see that they are replaced with these golden energies and this golden light as... Hold on one second. Move the turn order, thank you. It's replaced with this golden light as you begin to see memories. You see Cindy unwrapping a present as a little girl that you all met some time ago. You can almost smell the roast that was made that year. You hear a family laugh as they eat their holiday feast and a mouth water at the thought of the delicious spread. You see a child, no more than 6, that is bound to a simple wheelchair receiving a motorized one. You watch as tears erupt on his face as he thanks his parents, as they tell him to thank Santa. Santa smiles and looks at the windows fondly. They're missing your memories. You can take him. He can't handle joy. And with that, Santa kind of falls into sits down in a heap over in the corner, tired. But it is your turn, Arctic. So, what would you like to do?
So, if it's that he can't handle joy, is there any way... I don't know if there's any mechanic stuff I can do with this?
You could recount a memory. And I will allow you to do so as a bonus action.
Oh.
What would you like to do?
Okay. So. This is probably going to be a little crazy. I want to spend 3 Christmas spirit to gain access to the Christmas memories of a target I touch.
Okay.
Seeing what their past Christmases look like in vivid detail.
Okay.
After seeing these memories, you gain advantage on insight checks against the creature for 1 hour and reveal their base stats.
Okay. That is an action to do. I'm just saying.
That's fine. I am going to tell everyone, but we're gonna. I want to see if I can also do. Can I also do some joy along with this as well?
What do you mean by that? Like use your. That's an action. So if you want to use your bonus action to recount a Christmas memory as well, you absolutely can.
Yes.
Okay.
This is. It's gonna be a weird mind meld we're doing here.
Okay, I'm here for it. You. Hold on 1 second.
You've just confused us all. Okay.
Oh wait, did Victor go down here now?
Yes, he did. Oh, you can't touch him. Never mind. Well, you can. You can fly like 90 feet, can't you?
Yeah, I can. So I'm gonna do that.
You take an attack of opportunity. That is a 21 to hit you.
Yeah. That hits. That's
Okay,
fine.
you take 10 necrotic damage.
Oh no. Anyway.
Okay, as you fly quickly, oh my gosh, that movement speed is saving you here, and you grab onto his arm and you feel like the shadows around him, but you manage to make purchase as your air elemental form is beginning to flow with this Christmas magic, and you guys see the gold energy come through him. So first of all, let's resolve this. You get to know his base stats. I'm going to type them out because I know that if I say them, that not everybody will absorb that. But strength is 17. Dex is 16. Con is 19. Intelligence is 16. Wisdom is 14. And charisma is 17.
Okay.
And then, what does the wording say specifically? It says what their past Christmases look like in vivid detail. You watch as what you assume to be a childhood Victor being told, you can't. You don't get it. You need to earn everything you work for. And you watch as his father kind of looms over him, this imposing figure. You don't just get gifts. You have to buy it, you have to earn it. So burn them. And you watch as the young Victor, tears streaming down his face, pulls a match out and drops a match into a box of toys. And then it zooms forward. You watch as he spends Christmases cold, empty. You watch his ex-wife trying to put Christmas joy into their life with their son, but he shuts it down every time. He burns his kids' toys. He doesn't let her give it to him, to the point that their son never even saw it. You watch his wife leave. You watch every Christmas he works, because he's been told his whole life, you have to earn it. And with that, it is your bonus action. Would you like to recount a memory?
I would, and I'm going to go, oh, I am terribly sorry for what you went through. However, that does not mean you need to pass your trauma down the line. The generational trauma can end with you.
Damn.
You can make a change. And Arctic is going to recount the memory of when not the recent Christmas he had with his original creators before they were shut down, but it was one where things seem to have gone wrong at first, but managed to make themselves work out in the end, and it was still a very lovely time.
Okay.
And just to show that even sometimes in the bad, good can still come from it.
And as Arctic is saying this, you guys watch as the visions are displayed through the golden windows. Arctic, you gain 3 Christmas spirit, and you watch as Victor is affected by this, as the shadows begin to dissipate around him, starting to glitch out. And it seems that he may be a little bit easier to hit.
Yay!
That is your turn. Milo,
Yeah, that's all I got.
what would you like to do?
Can I do anything to see whether or not what Arctic said had any effect on him?
Roll an insight check.
Okay.
I'll allow you just to do that as a free action, easy.
Okay.
So, it's really difficult to tell. He definitely got angrier. So you see the shadows around him thrashing more. You see the grimace in his face. He is angry, and he is going to go down fighting for what he believes, as far as you know.
Okay. So I'm going to step forward and give him a hug.
Oh. Okay. Are you counting this as a grab? Oh. Okay. You know what? You do have advantage because you are flanking with Arctic. So go ahead and roll again to take the highest one.
Okay.
I want it to work so badly for you. Okay, add your D4, add your D4.
Oh!
And I think Brynjar's inspired. I don't know who else is inspired right now.
So it's
I did.
15 plus 6 plus 2.
Oh, because that didn't have the +6. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, then with that, 15 plus 6 is 21. Yeah, you make it. And you manage to hit him as you wrap your arms around him, and you feel him trying to pull away. And he's hard to hold on to. He's very kind of like shadowy-esque. As you wrap your arms around him, and you feel just lightning kind of course through your hands as he takes both the lightning damage as well as the radiant damage from the Blessed Strike.
Can I also divine strike him with this?
Sure.
Okay.
Additional 2 radiant damage into that. And as you have him wrapped in this hug for flavor, is there anything else you would like to do? You do have your bonus action still.
I want to lean forward and whisper in his ear. You were that kid once. Don't forget that. And that's my turn.
Okay. Brynjar, it is now your turn. What would you like to do? You are muted, Candle.
Grimjar's gonna open himself to an opportunity attack from the shadow dude.
Okay. That is a 11.
That misses.
Cool.
He will start charging with his action. He'll dash and he'll tackle Victor, and while he is running, he will start singing. They told me, pa-ra-pa-bum-bum, our newborn king to see, pa-ra-pa-bum-bum.
Singing Christmas
Our
carols.
finest gift we bring, pa-ra-pa-bum-bum, to lay before the king, pa-ra-pa-bum-bum, ra-pa-bum-bum, ra-pa-bum-bum. And with the last pump, he just body checks him.
Okay. Do you have a... So you're using your action to dash. Do you have like a
Yep.
mechanic bonus action, or is
Nope.
it just flavor?
Just flavor.
Okay. Would you like to recount a memory?
Well, I guess it would be the song.
Sure, I'll allow that. So go ahead and gain 3 Christmas spirit, and you see as you kind of like body check him with your joy, you watch as some of the shadows are struggling as you're seeing visions dance across these across this glass in golden light of all of the different Christmases where you heard this song. Beautiful. Brizio, it is now your turn. Archie?
So what? We're just meant to give him good memories and then hit him?
Sure. You can use your bonus action to recount a Christmas memory.
I'd have to shoot him with a bonus action.
Sure, you could use your bonus action to shoot him. It's up to you.
Just get a bit farther away. And now I'll shoot him. Actually. Oh, perfect. 30 feet line. Wait, that ain't the line. It's slightly a cut. Actually, yeah. Oh, wait, no, I'm short. Never mind. I'm just gonna shoot him.
Go for
Shoot
it.
him. I hate this new update for Beyond 20. Never mind.
Yeah, even with a bless, you're not gonna make it there. You do have, you are inspired. I'm pretty sure Jack inspired you a couple rounds ago.
Alright.
I did. If you want to use your D10.
And you have a D4. So go ahead and roll your D4, 10. Roll your D4. Yeah, you just make it! So with the 21, the spirit of your friends behind you, inspiring you as your firebolt rings out. Go ahead and roll me some damage.
13.
Okay, and hold on one second. Okay.
Anyway, bonus action.
Okay.
Nope, never mind.
Oof.
It was too good to be true.
It was too good. I'm so sorry. Natural 1. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay, Maluzne, it is your turn with Jack on deck.
Well, I'm going to fly all the way over here.
Nice.
And then going to can I sorry reading things.
No, you're good.
So, out of curiosity, how did, like, with the Christmas miracle thing, like, how exactly does that work, I guess?
Okay, so the way that this works, you expend 20 Christmas spirit, and you can... Oh, up to 20 Christmas spirit. So, you start by... Wait, hold on, let me read this fully. So what Christmas miracle would you be hoping for?
Hoping to be able to give a Christmas miracle to Victor, like, maybe like a present to show that things aren't as bad as what he experienced.
Make an insight check for me.
Say, okay. DS the soul. Why do you hate me, dice roll? Why do you hate me?
I'm so sorry.
Stupid thing is obnoxious. Hello, please. Oh my god, why do you hate me? One sec.
Okay, it's having a moment.
Thing is so obnoxious.
I know, I'm sorry. Sometimes technology is great, sometimes it struggles.
Yeah.
If you want to just click, if you go on the left side of your Roll20 and click the little dice symbol, and you can just click a d20 on there, and it'll roll a random, just straight d20, and we can add your insight proficiency.
There we go.
There we go. So 5 plus your insight is an additional 4, so that's a 9 total.
Yeah.
So you get the sense that even if you expend a Christmas miracle, that Victor is too far gone. He's done too much damage that it's not going to do what you would want it to do. So you get the sense that it would be a waste of resources, essentially.
Okay.
So you can, however, use your bonus action to recount a moment of Christmas joy, which would lower his AC. And you do, or you could use a different bonus action, and you do have an action still.
I'll recount Christmas memory.
Okay.
Use that. And Melisande thinks back to the time that she had been lost in the forest and had felt like, she had got herself lost despite the fact that, she's a little bit better at directions than most. And in the distance, she remembers hearing Joy's music. And when she got closer, she remembers the fact that she remembers that when she got closer, she was greeted by being pretty small by some children. And each of them had given her small bits of their cake that they were enjoying, and
Aww.
listening to this happy Christmas music in the village, and remembering that even in the cold times that, the feeling of joy is always around.
Okay. And as you do, watching the scene play out across the windows, you watch as Victor's energy begins to dissipate a little bit more, the shadows decaying, as it looks like he is again easier to hit. That was your bonus action. If you have an action you would like to do.
Can I use Starry Wisp?
Yeah.
I'll use Starry Wisp. And this thing hates me so.
I'm so sorry.
Manual roll it is.
Okay, well, we can take that 10 radiant damage, but go ahead and roll me a d20. And it's going to be plus 7 to hit.
Please.
Okay, that does indeed hit. Well, actually, sorry, it doesn't quite hit, but go ahead and roll me a d4 for your bless.
Maybe.
It's okay. You need just one. His AC's at 19 right now, and no matter what, you're gonna roll 1, because we don't count, as Candle said, dice rolling off the table and getting a 0.
More just if the dice will let me roll.
Yeah. So as a burst of 10 radiant damage kind of comes around him, you watch as he in desperation, he looks like he's struggling a bit as you guys have been recounting all this joy. as he snatches the radiant energy in his shadows and snuffs out the light, and he turns and glares at you. So it seems like he countered that attack using a legendary action, unfortunately. But, top of the round, it is your turn, Jack. What would you like to do?
With Brinjar singing, I will pull out my fiddle and accompany him, and I will use Radiant Joy to give everybody, including Victor, 3 Christmas spirit.
Okay. Maluzine, you did gain 3 Christmas spirit from recounting your memory. So, hey guys, if you recounted a memory and I didn't tell you to gain 3 Christmas spirit, please do so. But as you begin to sing along with Brinjar, infecting everybody with those 3 Christmas spirit, including Victor. How do I want to do this?
Does he just get sick at this point?
I don't know. I'll think about that. Jack, are you going to use your bonus action to also recount a Christmas joy moment?
No.
Okay. I will say that will lower his AC as well. Okay. So as you are kind of ganging up on him, the joy is spreading around him. He looks frustrated. Jack, do you have any other movement or anything you would like to do?
No, I'm okay here behind Brinjar. This seems safe.
Okay, it is now Victor's turn. And as you are all showering him with joy, giving him Christmas spirit or attempting to, he shouts out and roars, "No, stop this nonsense immediately!" And he begins to shield his eyes and back away from the walls, turning away from them. Every ounce of joy you've known, every inch of love or laughter of this so-called joy, it's frivolous nonsense. It means nothing. It's filler. The only substance of life is progress, success, money. What good can a faded memory do in the present time? And all of you begin to see this moment that Arctic had kind of tapped into of his father asking him to burn the gifts. And you see another memory at this children's charity where he says, "Light it up." And you watch as a whole bunch of gifts for children at a charity burn. And you see the kid say, "I'll make sure everyone works for what they have." And you see that Victor begins to enter this dark energy that is coming and pouring from the windows as his memory is not a good one. He can't watch. And he locks eyes with Santa for a moment. And he just says, "I just wanted to watch the gifts burn, but I'd do it all over again, fat man. You don't understand the life that it's guided me to." And he flashes a wicked smile before he flicks a hand at Santa, and Santa is blasted into a wall. And you see Mrs. Claus come running around the door as she, Okay, give me a second, Candle. And you see Mrs. Claus come running around the door. She rushes to Santa, who is lying limp, and is bleeding, and attempts to help him to his feet. And you hear Santa cough, "Remember what Christmas used to be." And Mrs. Claus gets him standing, but he crashes to the ground again as a thud rings through the room as he doesn't move. Candle, go ahead and roll your sentinel attack.
That's a 20. Nobody attacks my Santa Claus.
Okay. Yep, a 20 for 5 slashing damage.
No. Give me a second. I could use my thingamajig to attack him more. My candy cane, so that actually does. Where are you?
Sure, go ahead and roll the radiant and the
So
bludgeoning.
that's 3d6 bludgeoning. That's a 10 and 2d8 radiant, and I spend on Christmas. Yeah, okay, that's my turn, or my reaction.
Okay. As he turns to the rest of you, and you feel the whole room once again begin wrapping in this darkness as he goes, no, no, no. And you feel the dark energy draining you. I need everybody to roll me a charisma saving throw.
Everybody near me gets a +3.
Okay, who's all in your radius? I think Milo is too, because it's a D.
Everyone except for Brizio.
Okay, everybody except for Brizio gets a +3.
Technically you get 14.
Okay. And people who are blessed do get an additional D4 on this. So, Arctic, let me do some math here. So, Arctic, go ahead and roll your D4.
Bean.
Maluzne, roll your D4 as well.
So 15 total.
Okay. 15 total's not enough.
I figured.
Okay, so Brinjar, you are the only one that holds on to hope here. You know that no matter what, good will prevail. You're holding on to Christmas Spirit because it is the only thing you have to hold on to, and if it fails, you fail too. And so you only take 12 necrotic damage. Everybody else, watching Santa fall limply and feeling this darkness wrap around you, it's pulling your energy. It's pulling everything you have. You all take 24 necrotic damage.
Oh,
And
I did.
lose 3 Christmas Spirit.
No.
Okay, so Milo falls unconscious. I'm gonna put a little unconscious marker on you. That is the end of Victor's turn. Has anybody else hit the ground?
You said 24, right?
24. And then you lose 3 Christmas Spirit.
Yeah.
Okay. It is now Arctic's turn.
Okay. Well, I can't cast spells while in wild shape, so we're just gonna make 2 slams.
Okay.
Well, let me get the thing. Oh my god, it did the thing again. There we go. Uno.
Miss and a success. For 18
All right.
bludgeoning damage.
Woohoo!
He's not looking too good. His shadows are struggling to stay together.
Well, Mr. Man should have thought about that before he decided to fuck around and find out.
Okay. Bonus action or anything?
Nope, that's it for me.
Okay, Milo, roll me a death saving throw. Oh, by the way, all of my blue dots go out. Or, sorry, your pink dots. All of my pink dots, bless, go out as he falls unconscious. So,
Oh no.
pink dots no longer have bless. Oh, no, not a charisma save. It's just a straight
what is
D20.
happening? I'm not rolling a charisma save.
It's having a moment. D&D Beyond today is just really having a moment.
There must have been some
Apparently.
sort of update that has caused
Yeah.
this.
Yeah, there must have been. Matt, if you want to, if you're in roll 20, if you're in roll 20 and on the left side on your little bar, you'll see the little dice. You can just click that and it'll pop up a dice roller and you can click a D20 and just roll straight D20.
It just really
13.
was a charisma save.
Oh, damn. Milo is just
That
shouting
was
at
a
death,
13.
trying to persuade death. No, you will not claim me.
Okay, go ahead and roll that.
What's the 13 do?
Well, I was gonna wait for you to roll a straight D20 because the weird charisma saves confusing.
Okay.
really wants that charisma.
It's so funny to me. Especially
If you
for
career again. All right.
it's not rolling. Okay, so pop into roll 20. And if you look on the left side, you'll see a dice roller, like the little dice symbol.
That's what I'm using.
Why is it doing that then?
I'm just gonna roll to see if it's happening with me too, or if it's something else. Don't count this, but no. Okay, mine's not.
There we go.
There it goes.
Although that is a failure, unfortunately.
Maybe someone just needed to overwrite it.
Maybe, I guess. So you have lost one death saving throw. So if for those who don't know what death saving throws are, because I don't know if Amy, we ran into this in our mini campaign we did. When you fall unconscious, you are rolling death saving throws. You have an opportunity if you get 3 successes. It doesn't have to be in order, just 3 successes. You become stabilized, and you're still unconscious, but you're just stable. If you get 3 failures, also doesn't have to be in order. You essentially are dead. If you roll a nat 1, you get 2 failures. If you roll a nat 20, you automatically come back to consciousness with 1 HP. And if anybody attacks you while you are unconscious, you will be losing death saving throws as well.
Oh.
So, you are now at 1 failure. Okay. Brinjar, it is your turn.
Alright, so Brimjar will continue singing and will go right over here and cast Lay on Hands as a bonus action on Milo, giving him 20 HP points.
Nice.
And now that he's flanking, he's going to attack Victor with his giant candy cane of doom.
Unfortunately, Lay on Hands is an action, so you cannot attack.
No, it says bonus action.
Did that change in the 2024 update?
I don't know what to tell you. I'm looking at my character sheet under bonus action. It's Lay on Hands.
Yeah, that changed then. Whoa, Paladin's fucking broken in 2024.
Damn straight.
Okay.
Wait, aren't the rest of us using 2014? What the heck?
It was kind of a mix. I didn't really care too much, so.
That's fair.
Alright, so Candy Cane of Doom. That is a natural 20. So, why is it not displaying? Come on, don't make me a liar. It's not displaying. Let me refresh. Maybe that'll debug it.
I've refreshed so many times and never debugged for me.
Oh, looks like my roll is lost. Since I am not trustworthy fellow, let me re-roll.
I would have honored it.
I'm watching the game log if that helps anything.
Never, I mean, if you want to, I'll accept the natural 20 that I rolled previously, but
Yeah,
if not,
I'll honor it. I feel sad if you get rid of it because of stupid things not transferred. So go
Alright, so that would be 48.
Yep. And then don't forget to expend your Christmas spirit. It's 48 radiant.
Yep. And then 3d6, 6d6 bludgeoning.
So
And I will also put in a Divine Smite at level 2, so that's our 3, that's our 68.
okay.
Nope. Or 29 damage.
Beautiful. He is not looking too great as you, with a large hit, smack into him after just bringing him back, bringing Milo back to consciousness as there's a burst of radiant energy. And you watch the same burst of the energy is in the same gold as the Christmas spirit. Anything else,
Alright.
Brinjar?
I will use my second attack.
Okay.
That is a 27 to hit.
Definitely
so
hits.
Same deal.
Okay. Expend another one of your Christmas spirit.
Nope. So that's 2d8. That's a 14 radiant and a 10 bludgeoning. And I will end my turn. I will not put in Divine Smite in there.
Candle? Brinjar, how do you want to kill Victor?
Well, crap.
You did
I did not
so
expect
much
this.
damage, dude.
You know what? I will drag Victor to Santa use the rest of my lay on hands to heal Santa and let Santa decide what he wants to do with Victor.
No. You're not going to be able to drag him that far, unfortunately.
And I'll throw him.
Throwing takes an action, or an attack action.
Okay. Yeah, you know what? I'll just stabilize him and then stabilize Santa and see what happens.
Okay, so as you cleave in, or you hit Victor over the head with this candy cane, the burst of the Christmas spirit seeming to do more damage to him than it does for the rest of you where it heals you. Victor falls unconscious as you take a moment, Brinjar, to stabilize Victor so that he's unconscious and not, like, bleeding out. And with that, everything seems to take a moment and be calm, and you watch as the shadows around the other shadow that's chilling over here that I totally forgot about because my other token got deleted. It's fine. And it just calms down for a moment. And as it does, Brinjar, you had dropped to your knees and kind of are stabilizing Victor right away to make sure that he's somewhat conscious. And you walk over to where Santa is. And Santa kind of is sitting up a little bit, and you drop Victor next to him. And Santa leans up and is kind of leaning on Mrs. Claus, and he goes, "It's your choice. I don't know that he's going to do much."
If we are going to kill him, we are not killing him at your house, nor are we killing him on Christmas. It would be counter to the entire spirit of the holidays.
He coughs and you watch as this kind of like blood spills out from his mouth. You can lock him below if you wish, but I don't know. Here, and he hands something to you, and you see kind of like a rune on like a stone, and he goes, "This should help anti-magic the area." But here, he also hands you a bag, and you see a bag as well as a whistle. And you see glistening tears welling in his eyes as Mrs. Claus holds his hand and is crying weakly. She presses his fingers to her mouth, and you see a red lipstick stain on his fingers. And for a little luck, and you watch as Santa's crystal eyes glaze over a bit. Mrs. Claus screams as she sees this happening. "Nicholas, don't!" But it's too late. Santa sucks in a great breath and blows gently towards all of you. You see a single golden glimmer that flicks through the air that splits into 6 and enters you at your core. Santa musters up what strength he has to give a full smile and says, "Godspeed, ho." And he coughs violently, "Ho." And then his body crumbles to ash and vanishes in the wind whipping through. Mrs. Claus frantically grasps at the ashes, her face soaked with tears. She starts to grab particles and pull them into her pocket and her dress and cries out, "Don't leave me! Don't leave me, Nicholas! Come back!" She climbs to her feet, her heart shattered, tears racing down her face. And I think with that, we will take a break. So we will be back in about 10-ish minutes and see the results of this. See you all soon. And we are back. Before we jump back into this super sad moment, a little bit of our jump in reminder that hi, welcome back from the break, first of all. Second of all, thank you all for being here. A little bit of a reminder that today we are supporting Feeding America. They give food to those in need, which is really, really especially helpful during the cold season. So you are not required to donate, but if you want to, that is down below, like right below the little video, and you should be able to find a link there. Also, this campaign was written by Matt, so it is not my fault that Santa died. Thank you. You can blame him and also go buy the campaign. So, and if you've only been getting part of this, or you want to go back and watch the first episode, or you want to watch the rest of this episode if you need to dip part way through, that is my YouTube channel to go check that out. This episode will be up on Monday. And yeah, that's what I got. So with that, we are diving back into this. As you all had just watched, Victor unconscious, probably restrained by now, as you had rushed over to Santa, and he had handed you a couple of items, his bag, a whistle to summon the reindeer, and with his last breath had breathed the last of his Christmas spirit into you. And you watched as Mrs. Claus had frantically grasped at the ashes as his body dissipated and crumbled. And she stands crying.
It can't end this way. Is there no way to bring him back?
She turns and looks at you, and she kind of hiccups a sob. I don't know. I've seen him do miracles before. I've seen him revive people. But I've never done it. It would... We need to... It's the Christmas spirit. It needs to be cleansed, and it needs to be brought back.
Correct. We should gather up the ashes. I have a feeling they might be necessary.
I don't want to have false hope. He was the one who always directed the magic, but...
Understandable, but even if we can't necessarily bring him back, you should be remembered.
She wraps her arms around herself for a moment.
Is there no other kin that should be notified? Does Santa have any children? Brothers, sisters?
I'll handle that. If you can handle Christmas. And she just begins to cry.
I'm not sure how we could handle Christmas. Santa was a one-of-a-kind man.
I
At
want to
this point
put a hand.
in time, we do our best.
Milo, what were you saying?
I want to put a hand on Mrs. Claus' shoulder and say, I don't understand, but I'm here.
She's kind of crying into her hands for a moment.
Elizabeth's gonna go over and just kind of touch her hand as a way of comfort, trying to cheer her up, even if it's just a little.
I will say one or both of you, or if you want to do some sort of advantage persuasion check. Comforting a grieving woman over the loss of her partner is one of the hardest things, but...
Maluzane, I'm gonna give you advantage.
Okay. If it'll roll.
I know we've had
Please roll.
Christmas spirit, give us technical advantage, please.
There you go.
You're muted, honey. Or we didn't pick
What?
up on. No, Kenny. I hear him talking.
Okay.
No, I was saying if I can, I'd like to cast guidance as well.
Sure. I'll let you add a d4.
Okay.
I put D4.
Yep. So go ahead and just add a d4. Okay. So with just a casual 31. Between Brynjar and Arctic, as well as Milo being just a steady force, Luzne kind of tucking herself into Mrs. Claus, her the crook of her neck, giving her comfort. You see her hiccup a sob, and she just turns to you for a second, looks at you, Maluzne, looks at you, Milo, searches everyone's face for a moment. And then she launches herself at you, Milo, as you're the closest one, and wraps her arms around you and immediately starts sobbing. She says nothing, but you know that between all of you, you helped.
I just want to rub her back. I probably cried with her.
You all take a moment. Some of the stronger of you, as Santa suggested, bringing Victor down to the cells below. You bind him so that, spellcasters, you want to make sure that they don't have the ability to talk. So you put a gag in his mouth and place the rune that Santa entrusted to you, and you lock him in one of the cells to face judgment not on Christmas Day. And as you all kind of gather back around, and Mrs. Claus is calmed down enough to have a moment, and she kneels down next to the pile of ashes that she had been frantically trying to gather. And you see that her lipstick is still smeared from the last kiss to Santa's fingers, and mascara running down her face. And just in sorrow, she begins to sing. There goes our merry little Christmas. Let your heart bleed its light. It seems now our troubles overtake our sight. There goes our merry little Christmas. The Yuletide's gray. Next year we hope our troubles will take us away. Nevermore are the olden days, no happy golden days of yore. Faithful friends once near to us, still dear to us, no more. Someday soon we all will be together, if the fates allow. Until then, we'll have to muddle through somehow. So have yourself a dream of Christmas now. As she devolves into sobs, her tears freezing over with the melting snow as it is cold in here. And she takes a moment. She stands up and looks at you and just says, "Let me go get his lists." And she steps away. if there's any discussion that you wish to have.
We can't do this.
Yeah, I want to help. I'm all for Christmas spirit, but I don't see us being able to do this.
What can we do?
Well,
I
first
mean-
thing we could theoretically do is get the reindeers back. That's at least a start.
Like I said, what we can do is our best.
I mean, do we just need reindeers to pull the sled?
Theoretically, I would be able to transform into one if we needed an extra spot.
Let's start with
give
what we
me a
can
second.
control. Let's get those reindeers back and take it one step at a time.
Correct. I agree.
Hold on, give me a second. I'm gonna go into my quote-unquote magic pouch, and I don't know, the fairy's tattoo disappears.
I will remind you before anybody does anything that Santa did give you a whistle. And Brizio, you would especially know, considering you trained some of the reindeer, that wherever they are, when Santa blows the whistle, they come.
Yeah, I know.
Okay,
I'm
cool.
also doing this.
Okay. Carry on, sorry.
I'm gonna pull out some boots, put on the boots, and blow the whistle.
Okay. You all kind of step outside into the snow, out of Santa's workshop. One of you holding the bag, Brizio taking the whistle. And as you do, you begin to see, off from the distance, you see the reindeer flying through the sky, several of them running along the hills as they return. And as they do, Rudolph especially comes up to one of you and butts his head against you, and Dancer, who was the most friendly, Brizio, stands next to you, and he starts humming a little bit of a song as the magic has worn off him and he cannot speak any longer.
Can, for the sake of shits and or giggles, say I can speak reindeer?
Sure, I'll allow that.
I am reindeer.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. It makes sense with everything. If shits and or giggles is so funny. But Dancer kind of butts his head against your hand. Like, you know, like an animal looking for a little bit of comfort. And he goes, "Hey boss, good to see you again."
Yeah, it's good to be here, I guess. Yeah, we have work to do. Get your, well, friends, I guess.
Yeah. I'll get them in
And
order.
get them ready to fly.
Okay. And we felt a snap. What happened?
Big man's not doing the best.
Oh. Is he gonna recover?
Figuring that out. Anyway,
Okay. So, are you guys doing Christmas?
the Deers are asking how we doing Christmas instead.
I don't see why not.
We're
Like
gonna
I said,
try.
we'll do our best. I don't know how many times I have to keep saying that. Did you not understand the first time?
You know, there's this thing called sarcasm. You might need to learn it.
Okay.
I don't understand what you mean.
Okay, boss. And he, like, kind of does a little prance around you. Okay. I'm gonna get everybody hyped. We're gonna get them in order. We're gonna get them ready to go. And we're feeling good.
How many we missing, by the way?
No, you have everybody. You guys managed to rescue all of the reindeer. And he goes, "We got a little bit of a rest. Everybody's feeling better after, being trapped in there for like 3 freaking days, man. It was so long. It was
Language.
so long. I'm sorry. 3 stinky days, because it was stinky because nobody could move."
Uh-huh.
And he like looks up at you, and it's one of those things like when a kid's trying to get away with swearing. Okay, I'll get him in order. We'll get ready to go. Everybody's feeling good. We were trying our best to recover so that we can be ready for Christmas. And Rudolph is a little bit better. So hopefully we'll be good. Okay. And he like scampers off. But before he stops and he like butts his head against your shoulder one more time, and then like rushes away.
Well, they're booked up, I guess. Now the question is, which one of you motherfuckers are gonna start driving a sled?
Honestly, you're kind of the most equipped, Brizio.
I got winged boots. I'm leading this pack alongside Rudolph.
Oh, cool!
Oh,
Well, Brizio, you can literally communicate with them. I think you're the best equipped to take on Santa's job.
Now, I appreciate that, but there's one slight issue. That's a sled built for a human and gestures to my lower half.
Fair.
So he's saying that he's going to buckle himself in beside Rudolph and be an additional source because he has flying boots.
Don't like any. I'm too small.
So it comes down to one of you.
If it comes down to charisma, I do not believe it is my strong suit.
I will allow some sort of animal handling, or I will allow like a persuasion, because they are magical beings who understand common.
I have nothing of the sort.
I have a tiny amount of persuasion.
Or animal handling. That's another option.
I'll give it your best shot.
I do it.
Okay. After a couple of minutes, Mrs. Claus returns from insides and hands you the naughty and nice list, and she sniffs and she goes, I've redone it the way he would have. I'm sorry, And you see a elven woman rush to her side, kind of rubbing a hand along her back. It's okay, Mrs. Claus. It's gonna be okay. And you watch as Mrs. Claus gets, moves to the side, and you see Lydia, the elven woman who was Charlie's wife. And Lydia turns to you as Mrs. Claus rushes back inside for a moment. My husband was certain that you'd save us. I don't see it, but I will honor his last wishes.
I think at this point, I'm going to come up to Lydia and just go, he gave this to us as a just in case, but I believe it is best suited for you and your family. And I'm going to give her back Charlie's locket.
Okay. She looks at it and understands what it is, and you just see tears running down her face. Okay. And Mrs. Claus comes back out and is holding what looks to be a kind of like a bag of snacks. And she goes, well, you have his gifts, the magical bag. Once you arrive at a child's house, you reach in and it'll summon the correct item. The deer know where to go. You know them already. Whatever. Just, you can do it. Bring back Christmas spirit. And you all mount Santa's sleigh, filled with determination. And before you can get fully settled, the reindeer explode into the sky. They're excited. Brizio with you strapped in next to them, helping Rudolph lead. They know exactly where to go at this incomprehensible speed. And as you're kind of like swept up in this magic, riding along with them, you peel through the night air guided by Rudolph's lights, through the clouds into the star, as the winds whip around your face and the air becomes hard to breathe. You feel ropes begin to unravel at the bottom of the sleigh, extending to the ground. You know what you have to do. and you know you don't have a very long time to do it. And with that, we are going to enter into a mini game. And so the way that
There's
this
a mini game, mini pain.
there is a mini game in the mini pane. So I will say that this mini game was built for an in-person session, so it's going to be a little bit different that we are virtual. You have two options. You can either do this with real dice, or if you would like to do it with the dice roller that I dropped in chat, here, I'll re-pin it here. You can do it there as well. But the way it works is every person, so I need everybody to do this and everybody at the same time, and you are all trying to do so as quickly as possible. So pull out a D4, a D6, a D8, a D10, a D12, and a D20, or open the dice roller. And your goal is to get all of your dice to match. So you want to try to get all of your dice to match. So logically,
Sorry, can you say the dice ones again?
it's essentially all of the dice shapes. So Amy, since you are on the rolling sheet, you just need to get all of those dice shapes. So on each dice, you need to get them all to match. I'm going to give you a little bit of help. That means that all of the dice need to be a 4 or lower, because the D4 can only roll as high as a 4. Okay?
Oh, I could be great at this then.
So you can roll as many times as you want, as quickly as you want, as many or few dice as you want. So like you could, one tactic would be to just start on one dice and roll all the way down. You could roll multiple dice at once, etc. But the whole, and we're doing honor system here, so the whole goal is to get all of your dice to match. As we go, I'm going to be throwing different things in your path, and if I tell you to stop for a little bit of a hazard, you will do so. And so by doing so, you will be delivering the correct presents to every child, and we should be good to go. Is there any questions?
Sorry, I was dealing with my dog.
Oh, you're good. I will kind of explain it quickly.
We're making sure all the numbers match?
Correct. So, essentially the way that this is going to go, here, I'm going to do this, so that stream can see too, is you need to make the numbers match of each of the dice in the set. And so logic dictates that the highest number that you can roll to make match is a 4, right? So you need a 4 or 3 or 2 because of the D4. And so essentially what you want to do is you want to get one of those numbers and roll it on all of your dice. And so on the dice roller, it would be like, okay, I'm going to start with a D4, I'm going to roll a 4, and then I'm going to go. And then if you click a dice, Amy, as it rolls, it takes it away. So you can just keep rolling until you can get a match there. Which I'm not getting to prove, but like, okay, there we go. And then like go on to the next one until you get a match there. So that's essentially the mini game. I'm displaying it on screen, and I'm doing horribly. But that is the way that this works. And so the whole goal of it is to get matching dice there. Are there any other questions as we go?
If we finish, do we stop?
Yes, if you finish, take a picture of your dice on your table, or just take a picture of your screen cap of your Google roll and send it to the chat to show that you did it. And I'm trusting you all.
I don't think this is how this works, but just in case, if I roll like a 4 on a D4 and then a 6 on a D6, do I have to start again, or?
Nope, you can roll as many or as few dice as you would like.
Got it.
So
basically, whatever we roll on the D, basically that is going to coincide. Like probably the D4 first is going to determine what number we need.
That's a tactic. Or if you like are finding that you're getting a whole bunch of 3s, you drop all your dice at once, and then you want to re-roll your D4. You can't. It doesn't matter. However you want to do it. The goal is to just continue to roll until all dice are matching.
Fair enough.
Deal?
Deal.
Right.
Okay. And then as we go, as I said, I am going to be chucking some interesting little hazards at you. So I'm going to give a hazard to each of you. And yeah, Okay. Ready, on our marks. Get set. And go. Okay, so as you guys are flying, you're beginning to slide down all of these different ropes and jump into the chimneys of the houses. You find that it magically sucks you into there, and you're able to pull out various presents, and as it said, the magic bag pulls things out. But as you are going, you're splitting up and kind of dividing and conquering in the different houses in the area, and our first hazard is going to come to Maluzine. So Maluzine, as you are going through your hazard, you find that you get stuck in a slippery chimney. It's really difficult for you to get down. It's one of the super teeny tiny chimneys. So go ahead and just roll me a dexterity saving throw. Actually, sorry, you can just roll a d4. Okay, that's fine. We'll just do this. Okay, easy enough. You managed to slide all the way through, and you are good to continue.
Cool.
So, you are continuing to drop off different presents. You're evading dogs that are excited, wanting to see you. You're stopping to pick up some cookies, etc. And our next hazard is going to come to Archie.
That's shite.
So, Brizio, as you approach, you see a child is awake, and they begin to continue to ask you questions. And so go ahead and roll me just on your, remember what your D10 was. Take your D10 and roll it for me.
Can I say no and just cast sleep on him?
Sure, I'll allow that. That's hilarious. Okay, I'll allow you to evade the minigame that way. So expend your sleep. Okay.
I don't think a child has a lot of hit points.
Beautiful. We have we got a Brinjar has all ones, so he is now off the hazard tables. I see, Matt, are you on all fours?
Yes.
Okay, the next hazard was coming to you, but you are good. And Brinjar evaded all my hazards. Kenny, I have a hazard coming to you. You have you're trying to, oh, he just got it.
That's my fifth nat one on this dice.
Dang it. I was trying to give him a
That was
hazard.
so bad.
Okay, so
I'm
the
just
people
saying,
still rolling are Shorty and Amy. So Shorty, I'm gonna have a hazard coming to you. Pause for a second, take a D12 and roll it and add your dexterity. And you find
16.
that... Okay. You're fine, but you find that a stocking had a hole, but easily enough you pull out the items and mend the stocking. Okay.
Oh my god, finally.
Did you get it?
Yeah.
Nice.
I just got mine too.
Nice.
Same.
Okay. Beautiful job, guys. And with that, you've done it. The last Christmas gift has been delivered, and Christmas is now saved. And you hear Dancer call out, kind of infected with his Christmas magic, and you can all understand him for just a moment. To-do list done. We've got this, guys. And you begin to feel yourself turn around and head back to the North Pole. But it's still sad. It still feels like, well, you've done it. Christmas is not quite there. And as you're flying through the cold night sky, you feel something odd. And then you begin to hear it. A rumble and sputtering of engines too close, too loud, but you're miles from the ground.
Do you all hear that?
It's impossible. We're not near any cars or trucks or anything.
Is it a bird?
You
Is
peer.
it a plane?
You peer over the side of the sleigh and you spot them. Legendary creatures. The Grunch and his dog Max, hurling towards you on jetpacks that spit black fire. I just heard Kenny screech. Sorry, that broke my own immersion. It like peaked his mic. He's dying.
Oh no, it's the grunge. Here we go again.
But as
Better
you
than the Grundle.
and immediately, Arctic, you think back to the green fur that you found.
That makes so much more sense.
Yeah.
It took you this long to figure it out?
I didn't know exactly if there was going to be a glitch or not.
Hey, there's no great. It's a
Sorry,
grunge.
grunt.
It's the grunge. We can't use the Grinch.
Great, Disney's gonna come for our asses now.
I know.
Completely different character.
I'm gonna get bopped. No, I'm just kidding. They won't copyright bot me for that. So, but you see the jetpacks coming towards you, and as you get closer, the grunge seems wrong. His face is contorted into something more sinister than you saw in Victor, pure evil. And as he does, he whips out a gun, and a spray of bullets whizzes towards you, and I need everybody to make a dexterity saving throw, please and thank you.
Hold on,
I'm assuming you're all within 10 feet of me, so you'll all get a plus 3.
Yes, they will all get a +3. Okay. With the +3, everybody saves and you manage to duck down in the sleigh. And you check your compatriots and you breathe a sigh of relief. You're safe. Brizio, you managed to kind of dodge it in the front there a bit. Actually, no, Brizio, you're further than 10 feet away from Brinjar.
Yeah, I'm probably fucked.
Okay, yeah, you absolutely get hit by some of the damage. You take 8 points of piercing damage as the gun hits you, and you hear yelp a little bit, and then you hear Dancer go, "Whew, I thought one of those was coming for me, but don't worry, I'm fine." And then the sleigh lurches to the left, and you hear the squelch of open flesh as the sleigh staggers. And the rest of you, as you're kind of standing back up from dodging, you rush forward, and you look ahead, and you hear Dancer go, "Don't worry." And 8 reindeer straining against the reins as Dancer hangs limp. And you watch helplessly as blood glimmering with a little bit of magic left. And you feel the rest of the reindeer cry out in fear and panic. And the sleigh is fighting to stay airborne.
Question, is Dancer dead or just unconscious?
You can't tell.
The fuck you mean I can't?
Can I catch a healing word?
Okay, hold on one second. You hear Rudolph bellow as his light begins to flicker as the team has been a little bit struggling a bit. And for the first time tonight, you see the sky without glow. As the sleigh begins to fall slowly. Arctic, you cast Healing Word. It does not seem to take hold.
Oh, they dead.
And with that, I would love if everybody would roll me some initiatives.
Where do you want me to be? Because I ain't in that sled.
You can be just in front of the sled.
God damn it. Gotta click my token.
It's okay. Alrighty. And so... Oh, whoops. I'm on the wrong Roll20. I was like, where's my tokens? Why aren't they showing? Because I'm on the other Roll20. Okay. So, who needs initiatives? You do, Maluzne.
I rolled 12.
Okay, and then I think I'm missing Milo's initiative.
11.
Okay. Oh, it's on there. Just kidding. It just needed to roll down. Okay. Give me a brief second. So for the sake of things, Milo, you are driving the sleigh. So you will need to continue to drive the sleigh, otherwise things are going to start dipping and falling. However, at the same time, so you will have to roll an animal handling check if you want to spend your action to steer. If nobody's steering, it will go down faster. However, I will say since Brizio joined the team, it's going to make things a little bit easier. Normally it would have been harder without an additional reindeer to keep up. But since Brizio joined the team, I will say that it's much more much easier to do that. So with that, let me get my initiatives on here for this guy, and then we will get rolling.
Hey, who do you think the Grunge's favorite musician is? Nirvana?
Why?
Well, he's the Grunge.
Oh my god.
Oh god.
Oh my god, fired.
Ooh. Minus inspiration.
Put it in the jar.
I don't think I really understand.
It's a joke about grunge music.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
wouldn't have gotten that.
Yeah.
Would you rather him be? Would you rather him be?
Just boo him. Just boo him. It was a horrible dad joke, but also hilarious.
Your
Okay.
boos mean nothing to me. I know what makes you cheer.
Okay.
For me, it was just more of it's not a good one just because I don't understand it. But I'm sure if I understood the context more, it probably would have been funny.
Okay.
You would still hated it.
So, Brizio, for the sake of things, I will say that you can use your movement to keep everybody afloat. If you would like to, you can direct and choose to use your action to steer instead of Milo. So Milo's using his action to steer and essentially make animal handling checks. But if you want to take that from him, you can, or you can use your action to do other things. Deal? Okay. You guys will just need to communicate and decide what you're doing each round. So, with that being said, top of the round, good old Jack, as you beat everybody in initiative, what would you like to do?
Jack will. Jack will shoot him twice
Okay.
in a doo-doo head. 26.
That definitely hits.
21 cold.
Alrighty.
And 29.
29 also hits.
21 more cold.
Okay, 42 total is 2 ice arrows come flying from Jack, hitting him kind of in the shoulder as he staggers a little bit, his jetpack spluttering.
And then Jack will hide on the ground.
Hits the deck. Do you want to be prone, which will make ranged attacks have disadvantage?
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. Arctic, it is your turn.
Oh boy, this guy. Ooh, wait. Ooh, wait a minute. You said he's wearing a jetpack, right?
Yes.
Hey, you know what's really cool? Maybe it's overheating a bit. I'm gonna cast a 4th level heat metal on him.
Okay. Sounds good. Cool. As it begins to take and it burns him and he goes, hot, 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 hot. I'm going to say that this is like wearing armor. You can't like take it off. It takes time to take it off, so he is going to just continue to take damage.
Oh yeah, so since I'm using a 4th level spell slot, it's gonna be 48.
Nice. Yeah, it rolled 48. That's cool. Okay. That was your action?
Yes, that is the action. It is a concentration. I know that. Choose a manufacturer such as physical contact till spends use a I have to use a bonus action on each of my turns.
Correct.
Got it. Okay. Well then I'm also gonna do the smart thing, because granted and it's worth mentioning, if I remember looking at it correctly, if it doesn't drop the object, it has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks until the start of your next turn.
Okay.
So, and then I'm going to use my bonus action Wild Shape, so I can turn into the Air Elemental again.
Okay, sounds good. You now fill the whole space with whirling.
And I'm actually going to move out over here.
Oh, you do indeed fly.
Yep.
Okay.
And that's going to be my turn.
Sounds good. I'm just going to say for the sake of things that you can keep up with and move at the same speed as the sled.
Exactly. It's just to get out of anything, but hey, he's got permanent disadvantage at this point because he needs the jetpack to fly.
Okay. Dax will fly in on his little jetpack, and he will... Yeah, he's not gonna be able to reach you. He will go for Milo, since Milo is the one driving, and will attempt to attack you. So that is a... Oh no, a 9, which I'm sure misses.
Oh. It does.
Okay, and then, oh, that's a natural 20! That's the first natural 20 I've rolled! I'm so excited.
On a disadvantage?
Oh, no, this is the dog. The dog doesn't have disadvantage.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know.
No, you're good.
I got excited.
Good. So that is...
I now understand why people like playing Druid.
14 piercing damage as he bites into you.
Oh. Okay.
And then... It is now the Grunge's turn. Grunge. Sorry, I keep saying grunge now because of Kenny. Thanks, Kenny.
As you are.
You watch as his face shifts and he looks nervous and he goes, "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Get away from me. I'm so sorry. You don't want me to be like this. I apologize." And you see, like, he looks a little bit closer to what Cindy described to you as her friend. And I need everybody to make me a wisdom saving throw.
Maybe.
Possessed? I don't know.
Okay, Milo, you do manage to pass with, Brinjar's bonus. Jack, you do fail. So, Jack, you cannot deal damage to the Grunch, this turn. But the rest of you are free to act as you will. And he kind of just yells out and he goes, "I'm so sorry. I may try to shoot you next time. Be careful." And yeah. And you watch as he, hold on one second. I'm just making sure I understand something. Okay. And you watch as he kind of pulls out a interesting looking vial and dumps it and like drops it into the sky.
Okay.
And that is what he's going to expend his turn. Maluzne,
Nice.
it is your turn.
Cool.
Give a hoot, don't pollute.
What would you like to do?
I don't want to. Nah, stop doing things, silly thing. Oh my god. I think I'll move here. I think I want to cast Bigby's Hand.
Okay.
And I'll be in like this space here.
Okay, drop me another token in the area that you want it, and I'm gonna make it big.
Boop.
So this is your little token. Oh, look at your cute art. Okay, where would you like it? You should be able to move it where you want it.
I want it technically in front of me, but I'm sure it's probably fine there.
No, you can put it in front of you.
Okay.
It flies. Are you hoping to attack with it, or do you want it to be the interposing hand, so giving you cover?
I was. Sorry, I'm trying to think.
No, you're good.
Does this kind of work as like a bonus action type thing, or?
So you take an action to summon it, and then as your bonus action, you can tell it to move or do something.
Okay, so the like clenched fist and forceful hand is.
In later turns, it's going to be a bonus action. On this turn, it's just part of the summoning. So if you wanted to do something this turn, you can.
Okay, so I want to do clenched fist.
Okay.
And hit.
You want to hit the dog?
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. So go ahead and roll your spell attack bonus. Oh, nice. Oh, that's just damage. Go ahead and roll me just like a d20 and we'll add 7. Or if you're on your spell page, if you click the top spell attack, it should roll 2. I wish there was a better way to cast Bigby's Hand. I might add it as an attack.
What?
I don't know what just happened. Just try to roll me a d20. It's fine.
I did roll you a d20.
5 d8.
I don't know.
Oh my gosh, your D&D Beyond hates you.
That's. Why does it keep doing that?
I don't know.
So let's see. On a hit, that's but. Here, let me use a different. Let me use that roll site.
Sure, if you want to do that and just tell me until we get it fixed. Otherwise, you can roll in roll 22 as well. Hold on, I think this is it. In roll 20. If you just copy that.
Yep.
Okay,
and then click enter, it'll roll a dice for you. Or if you're on Roll20, so not D&D Beyond, if you're on the actual Roll20 page and you see like your little measuring device and your like little arrow on the side, if you go down to the dice shape underneath the ruler, it pops out. I'm so sorry. A dice roller for you. Oh my gosh, look at that nat 20. Heck yeah. Okay, so since it was 5d8, we'll just double that. We'll just double that, and you just like summon this gigantic hand that bashes into the dog, doing quite a bit of damage. The dog is suddenly not looking great at all. And whimpers as you smash into it, and then he looks back at the grunch, who yells out and goes, no, please, Dax, get away from there, we don't want to hurt them. Anything else?
No, but yeah, I think that's could be it.
Okay. Milo, it is your turn.
I'm gonna drive the sleigh.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I was like, I think Brizio sent a message that he's gonna cast a spell this turn, so you guys can work it out. Go ahead and roll me an animal handling check.
Did you say I could use persuasion as well?
Yeah, I'll allow you to use persuasion. I'm cool with that. Okay.
That's a charisma.
Is your persuasion
So my
the same
persuasion
thing?
is +4, so it works.
Okay, whatever. What's with your D&D Beyond and wanting to just roll for charisma saves?
Don't know.
Yeah. Okay, with that, you do manage to drive them, and you're kind of encouraging them all on as you look at Dancer's very definitely dead body.
Cool.
Okay, do you have a bonus action or anything that you want to do?
I do want to cast Mass Healing Word
Okay.
at 5th level.
Go ahead and do so.
Okay?
I think you can get everybody.
Yes. Oh no. She ain't going. Okay, so it's 44 plus 9 hit points.
Okay, if you... Perfect. So
20.
20. Everybody go ahead and heal 20. Alrighty, is there anything else you would like to do?
I am all good.
Okay. Brizio, it is your turn.
Okay. I have two possible things I could do here. But it all requires this question. How far away is Dancer from me?
Dancer is, I'm gonna say, in this square here. So, like, 10 feet. Here, Dancer can be this little blue dot. If that
I'm
helps
guessing
you.
there's no way... I'm guessing there's no way I can just, while still running forward technically, yada yada, slow down to come to this space.
No, because you're kind of hooked in.
Fair enough. That changes out what I want to do.
Okay.
So, plan B. Oh shit, that's a bonus action. I thought it was an action. Oh well. Gonna jerk. We're now 10 feet faster.
Okay. I will say that reduces the amount that you guys are falling, and will also reduce the check that needs to happen.
Fair enough. Second, I guess this could be my actual action now. Just shoot the guy.
Okay, go for it.
$22.
Okay. 22 definitely hits.
21.
21 also hits.
It's not rolling. God fucking. There you go.
Okay. 23 damage as a shot goes off as you shoot one back for Dancer. And he goes, that's fair. That's fair. I deserve that.
Get a lot more where that comes from.
Anything else?
No.
Okay, Brinjar, it is your turn with Jack on deck.
All right, so what does this Grinch look like? Specifically, I'm looking in the note that we found first session and mentioned that he found something that was affecting him. Am I able to spot anything on his body that would meet that description?
He did just dump vials of a golden energy, like the vials were holding golden energy, and he dumped one on the ground. He like dropped it.
Does he have any more on his person?
Yes, he does seem to have a couple like strapped to him, as well as a couple in a. He like reached into a bag and dumped one.
Got it. What does his propeller look like? His jetpack look like?
It is currently burning with fire. Looks like it's overheating a bit, but it's just kind of like a generic black jetpack. I don't know, guys. Sorry, doesn't use
Okay.
jetpacks.
Fine. Okay. Brimjar is a melee person, so obviously he's going to do the most logical thing, and he's going to take, gonna stand up, stretch, and then just jump over onto, Grunge.
Okay, sounds good. Go ahead and roll me an athletics check to try to grab on and hang on to him.
Sure. That is 16.
Okay.
Am I able to hold on?
So, you know what? Yeah. I say that you are. The Grunch kind of like grabs onto you instinctually, and he's like holding you, and he goes, "Well, hi. You're gonna want to go. You're not gonna want to be here in a moment."
Oh no, it's fine. And I'm gonna use my action to transform into my bear form.
That shifts into a werebear. This is beautiful. Okay, Jack, what are you doing?
Can I pet that dog?
Sure, you can pet him.
Alright, that's all I do.
Okay. Yep, you pet the dog.
You want to borrow my gun?
What did you
No,
say,
I
Archie?
can't attack the Grinch is why I'm petting the dog.
Roll me a persuasion check. Okay. So with a 16, you look over and you see the Grunch holding Werebear Brinjar like princess style, looks over and goes, "Aw, that's so sweet." And you see as like some of the tension in his face begins to melt a bit. Okay. Arctic, it is your turn.
Oh boy. This is a weird This is a weird situation. Oh man, Arctic is gonna come closer and just go. What exactly are in those vials?
Okay. So, I'm a little addicted to Christmas spirit energy, and sometimes it makes me just tweak out a little bit, okay?
Is that why you're acting strange?
Probably. You guys should probably get away from me.
I'm gonna go over, and I am going to try and take the rest of the vials off of him.
Go ahead and roll me an investigation check.
Nope.
You're doing an intense search. This will take your action.
That's fine. It's fine.
Okay, you manage to find one, and you just like pull it off of him. It's like a very glaringly obvious one, and with your big, air elemental hands, you manage to pull one off and drop it.
Yeah.
And he goes, "Aw, that's so nice. Thank you."
I'm gonna look over to Bryn. What is it, Brinjar or Brynjar?
Brinjar with a J.
Brinjar, and just go. I understand I don't have much emotion, but this feels very awkward. I'm actually a little uncomfortable. I feel bad if we kill him, so I'm not gonna do the bonus action thing this time. Okay, that is it for my turn.
Okay. Dax is going to go kind of duck under your arms, Jack, and is going to try to fly away. So that is up to you guys if you want to try to attack him. Actually, no, he'll use a disengage action. He's going to get away from there. And he flies kind of back over by the Grunch. So you guys cannot attack because he disengaged if you have the choice. And that is his turn. And it is now the Grunch's turn. Let's see what happens. Ooh. Okay. You watch as his face begins to grow in the same frightening way as he goes, no, don't be nice. Don't handle this. And he looks absolutely terrifying with the, like, horrifying smile. And I need everybody to roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Sure, but let me. Why am I getting D8? What is going on?
I rolled the right thing.
Look at you go. It's not a charisma save this time. Okay. Arctic, you pass. You don't have to make either of those saves ever again. Milo, you
What is
also pass.
happening?
Why? What is it doing? It's like latching onto the last thing you rolled.
I know. Weird.
Brinjar, you fail. Jack, you fail.
Okay, well, I'm just going to use the dice on
That's
here.
fine. You can just use the dice there. Okay, Maluzne, with your +6 is an 11. You do still fail. So those who failed, you do need to do damage to the Grunch this turn. You feel scared, but it's the scared of, I need to take out this enemy.
Oh, why?
And he says, he just goes, everyone's too nice. They're all too nice. No, this is mine. And he pulls out what looks to be one of those vials, and you watch as he presses the button and a syringe pops out, and he injects it into his leg. And you see as he, his eyes flash with, like, the golden light as he seems to, get a little bit more into
Crazy?
it, a little bit more crazy, and it looks like he heals a bit. Okay.
Ooh.
That is the end of his turn. Maluzne, it is your turn. You are required to attempt to deal damage to him.
Okay, so it says baby's hand's only good for up to a minute, right?
Yeah, you still, a minute is 10 rounds of combat.
Okay,
Yeah, you got plenty
good
of
to know.
time.
And I can only move the hand, right?
You can move the hand, and you can attack if you want as your bonus action.
Well, I'm just saying, like, but I can't move myself currently,
Oh, why not?
right? I'm just asking.
No, you can move the hand as part of your bonus action, and you can move yourself as your movement.
Oh, okay. Gotcha, okay. I'm just trying to ask questions, man.
No, you're good. You're doing great.
I mean, she doesn't really need to move, but big hand's gonna get moved. And then... Sorry, gotta look at my choices again. Maybe grasping hand?
Sure. That's a good one. Could try to grapple him so he can't do anything.
Yeah.
And then, let me make sure that does do... Yeah, you can... Oh, well, you wouldn't be able... Okay, so
But
unfortunately...
it says it does bludgeoning damage to the target.
It does
equal?
that the next turn, so you have to do it the next turn. So unfortunately, the only thing you can really do to do damage would be the clenched fist, or you have to use your action to do damage. So you could do grasping hand right now. You'll just have to use your action to do damage.
But so I can use it, but I have to use my bonus action as. Is that what you're saying?
No. So Sorry.
Sorry.
I'm not explaining things very well. So your bonus action is moving Bigby's hand and doing something with Bigby, right? So you can do whatever you would like to choose. Just at some point during this turn, so you would still have an action, is what I'm saying. So you have your bonus action, your action, right? At some point during this turn, you are required to do damage to him. So you could choose to do that as your Bigby's hand and do the clenched fist instead, or you could choose to do something like a cantrip or a different spell, and then grasp him instead. Whichever you would like.
I guess I'll just use Story Wisp.
Okay. So, first of all, if you're grasping him first, then, because you're going to choose to use Starry Wisp, which will be good because that's what you really wanted to do. So, go ahead and it says attempts to grapple, so they have to do a dexterity saving throw equal to your DC. So, let me see if I do that. I rolled a 7 on the dice, which is definitely not going to make your 15. So he is now grasped by your hand, so he's grappled, so he can't move. And then go ahead and roll your Starry Wisp to hit him.
Come on. Okay. So it's whatever I'm gonna roll is +7.
Okay.
Because everything hates me.
Yeah, that definitely hits a 18.
And then 2d8s. Why? What is happening?
Oh my goodness. If you want to back on roll 20, there you go. Yeah, just do that.
Like, what is happening?
Oh, goodness. It's okay. Don't sweat it. As the radiant energy hits him, exploding in a burst of energy, you have now committed your doing damage. It does seem that he is... Oh, hold on. It does seem that he is slightly resistant to the radiant damage, but it still does a good amount to him. Okay. Anything else?
No, I can't do any more, can I?
I don't think so.
Right.
You
Yeah.
can move if you really wanted to.
I mean, might as well not. Just not any point right now.
Okay, Milo, it is your turn.
I'm gonna cast Drive the Sleigh again.
Okay, gonna cast Drive the Sleigh again. Okay, I said that with the kinetic jaunt, your DC is reduced by 1. So go ahead and roll me an animal handling, or I'll allow persuasion. Okay.
That's
that's a wisdom save.
We're not safe from anything.
Only wisdom and charisma saves from now on. That's it. That's all you get to roll.
That's a wisdom save. Come on.
Just use the dice roller in the
Okay.
roll 20 and then just add whatever.
9 plus 6 is 15.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 4. 13.
Okay, 13 is enough.
Ooh. And that'll be my turn.
Okay, sounds good. Brinjar, I recognize your initiative got deleted. You were a 9, correct? Candle?
Sorry, muted. Yes, I was.
Okay, I got you back in order. We are good.
Thank you.
Okay, Brizio, it is your turn. So you have your...
I guess I'm still.
You can use your action if you would like it too, for something.
I thought I'm steering this turn.
Milo just did and succeeded.
Oh. Alright. I guess I'm. What, we still shooting the guy?
Yep, you did fail your wisdom save, so I think you do need to shoot him. I think you did.
I failed my wisdom save, so I need to what?
Shoot him. Attack him.
Oh,
Do
yeah.
damage. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, don't wait, I'll shoot him.
Okay, go for it.
But can he make a dex save for me?
Certainly. I rolled horribly. That is an 11.
Yeah, he's been hit by Tasha's caustic brew. This. Why?
Okay.
So he has to take his action to scrape the acid off him.
You will, unfortunately, also hit the Big B's hand. Yeah,
It's an inanimate object. I do not care.
Okay, but you will do damage to it. So Maluzne, go ahead and count to the 9 autistic. Wow. Okay, acid damage.
Autistic?
Excuse me?
Forget
From my own wife?
I'm so sorry. My brain was reading
Autistic
My
damage in
brain
here now?
was reading acid and caustic at the same time. Please don't cancel me. I just had a moment. Oh dear Lord.
It's fine.
Nah, it's autistic damage from now on.
No.
I thought that was just psychic damage.
It was psychic damage to me.
I mean, we can make it.
I did an Archie. Is that what we're calling it now? Where you have a dyslexic moment and mix up all the things.
What am I doing to my hand?
Acid. Just do damage. Just count how much hit points your hand does and keep track of the damage it takes. So it's going to take 9 damage.
9 damage.
Okay.
That's more of what I was asking.
Okay.
But yeah, now he has to take his action to scrape it off.
Oh god.
Okay.
Otherwise, he
so,
keeps getting burned.
oh, so it looks like he doesn't take the damage right now. It's one of those that happens at the beginning of his turn. Okay. So just remind me at the beginning of his turn that he's going to take that 9 acid damage. Okie dokie.
Also, bonus action, shoot him.
Okay, go for it. Okay, that definitely hits.
Yeah, I'm glad it hits. Where the fuck is... There it is. Ah. I rolled 2 1s. This is bullshit.
Okay, so it's... Am I rolling a dexterity save? I'm confused.
No, this one's just an actual shot. I don't know why it did dex save.
Okay, I'll take the 8 force damage. Okie dokie. Anything else?
No.
Okay, Brinjar, it is your turn.
Right, Brimjar is going to look at the situation, know he has to hurt this dude, so he's just going to unfasten the jetpack harness from the Grunch.
Oh my gosh. Okay. I love it. I will say for the sake of things that you could land on Maluzne's hand. You will need to push him because he is currently, like, in Maluzne's hand as well.
Okay.
Are you doing so?
Well, I have to unfasten the harness. I don't know if I'm successful or not.
Go ahead and roll a dexterity check.
Sure. Yes. Roll. That is a 7, but I'm going to use my Christmas spirit to perform a Christmas miracle and add a d20 to myself.
Okay.
That's a 22.
Okay, so go ahead and mark off those points.
Yep.
And then with a 22, you succeed over him. And then, so you have successfully dropped the jetpack.
Okay.
I will.
As a bonus action, I will kick him off Muse in his hand and saying, "This is Christmas."
Okay, go ahead and I'm gonna do this as like a shove attack, right?
Sure.
So I think that with a shove attack, hold on, I don't remember. Like it's a contested thing. Let me look it up. I forget. I just looked these up, and I can't remember. Why is it not showing up?
I guess it would.
Because glitches.
No.
I think it would be just a contested. Either
Yeah, I think it's like
acrobatics.
athletics or acrobatics. So go ahead and roll an athletics check. Oh my gosh, I rolled a natural 2.
That's great. I
I-
rolled a 12.
Yep, the Grunch goes down. He is falling.
Great. That ends my turn.
Okay, Jack, it is your turn.
And I have to do damage to the grunge, yeah?
Yeah, correct.
Right, I'll try and shoot him twice, and I will sharpshooter them because he's being mean.
Okay, sounds good.
That's not gonna hit.
Nope, that does not.
21.
21 does, though.
Alright, 24 cold damage.
Okay. As a arrow hits him as he's falling. He's probably got about 2 rounds. Anything else, Jack?
I'll inspire Milo in case he needs help driving the cart this turn.
Alrighty.
Thank you.
Arctic, what would you like to do?
At this point, I'm just going to go. Are we sure we do not wish to keep him alive for Cindy's sake?
Ooh.
The grunge.
Definitely. I think Cindy would be upset for sure. I said oof.
Fair enough. I'm going to get rid of the concentration on.
The falling
Uh,
jetpack that's just falling in the sky. Unless Brynjar
Oh,
held on to it.
Yeah, because I thought we. Yeah, because I thought we kicked him off, and that's when it's just like, are we sure we shouldn't keep him alive?
Okay.
Anyway, yeah. How far down is he from me?
I will say that since you have 90 feet of movement, you can catch up to him because he just started to fall.
Okay. I do want to actually just. I want to go grab him, but also, like, as I do it, shake him so he just loses all his possessions.
I'll allow you to roll me a strength check.
Well, it's a good thing. My strength is pretty good because since I do keep my
Strength in this case, because that belt.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
22.
You see as more and more vials begin to fall out of his pocket.
And just hold him from his legs.
Yep. I'm gonna roll something quickly. Okay, Dax is going to kind of fly over to the side, and he's behind you. He looks severely injured, and he just is flying around worried. The Grunch. The Grunch flips, and he kind of like grabs onto your arm, and he goes, No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm so sorry. It's my bad. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. And he's kind of clinging onto your arm.
I'm just going to tell him, everyone makes mistakes. That does not make you unworthy of redemption.
Rather than a persuasion check, I'm gonna let you roll me a wisdom check.
just straight whiz.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, fair.
Okay. You watch as it still kind of touches him a little bit, and he goes, "Yeah. It's pretty. It's fine. It's good." And I'm gonna roll just to check quickly. He goes, "Well, you know what? You guys are fine. I'm so sorry for your friend. I know what I need to do. I don't deserve this." And he's going to grab onto you for a moment and is going to try to drop.
Oh, this guy. Can I try to not let him drop?
So what we're going to do is we're going to roll contested checks. So go ahead and roll me in athletics or acrobatics. Or you just need to roll athletics.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Okay. It is good. He, looks like he's wiggling out, but as he does, he, loosens a leg, and you manage to flip him around and grab onto the scruff of his neck, and you are still holding him.
You need to stop that.
I can't.
Cindy is still alive.
I can't stop it.
There's always a way.
Okay, Luzne, it is your turn.
Let me see.
You still have your hand, so you could use that as a bonus action to do something.
Is it possible to use minor illusion?
Yeah, you could absolutely use your action for minor illusion.
I think I have to be a bit closer. Oh no, I don't have to be. Okay.
What would you like to minor illusion?
I would like to minor illusion like a sound and like have Cindy's voice affect the brunch.
Oh my
In hopes to
God.
help change his mind.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a persuasion check, and I'm gonna give you advantage.
Roll. Nope. Advantage is gonna be a D4, right?
No, advantage means you roll twice.
Roll
And you
twice,
take the
okay.
higher one.
Let me just roll 2 then and just...
Okay, and your persuasion's a plus 11.
What?
Why?
Oh my god, okay. Yeah,
We can take that 11, it's fine. So you have a 22, because you have a plus 11. Go ahead and roll one more time.
Oh god.
Okay, so the highest is going to be that 22. And you see his whole face melt as he's kind of like being held up by the scruff of his neck. And he goes, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And he begins to kind of cry a little bit. Okay. Would you like to use your bonus action to do anything?
Let's see. Just in case, I'll cast Bardic Inspiration on Arctic.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good. Yeah, that'll be good. Okay, Milo, it is your turn.
I cast Cosmic Doom.
What is that?
Oh, hell.
Tries to slay. It's not a French.
Boom!
Spell. Okay, you drive the slide. Go ahead and roll your check.
Okay. And someone was kind enough to give me advantage on this.
I gave you an inspiration,
Correct.
so a D10.
So you
Oh.
can add a D10 if you choose to.
A D10.
So go ahead and roll your D20 first. Your or your persuasion first.
You know what? Persuasion is a 10.
Okay, you're
Plus a D6.
D10.
A D10.
So roll another D10.
D10.
Okay, good. You needed that. Okay, the sleigh is still in the air. Okay, anything else? Any bonus action?
No.
Okay, Brizio, it is your turn with Brinjar on deck. Archie?
Did he scrape off the acid?
No, he did not. But he did take the damage, so it was 9 damage. Okay. I forgot to take the damage. 'Tis your turn.
That's very nice of you. I will happily take my turn. Let's see here. I'm already focusing on Connect. Joe. Why not? Let's shoot him 3 times this time.
Okay. Go for it. 22 definitely hits.
I don't know why I didn't add the D8 to that, but let's do that for extra force damage.
That's why would things work?
Okay.
Anyway, that's the first one. Second attack. Roll, damn you.
No.
Oh,
Natural 20, nice. Okay, so 13 damage, nice. Go ahead and roll your third.
yep. And it's not doing it. I hate this new update for D&D Beyond Winter.
Yeah, it's kind of been broken all around today.
It won't even let me roll this time.
It's okay, guys. Thanks for sticking through it. Technical difficulties. 20 does
Got
hit.
it. It's not like we could have known this was going to happen.
Yeah, true.
It worked fine last week.
I'll take the 5 fire damage, but you had a 20 to hit, so.
Anyway, bonus action. Just gonna fucking shoot. Wait. Did Fingy drive the cat this turn?
Yes, the cart's been driven.
Okay, that's good.
It would have been too late anyway. You already used your action.
Oh, yeah, but it's still nice to know.
Okay.
So, roll, damn you. Hold on. Uh-huh. Don't think a 13 hits.
Well, 13 does not hit.
I'm out.
Okay. Brinjar, it is your turn with Jack on deck.
Right, Rimjar is going to take a leap back into the sleigh, and he's actually going to start searching the toys and gifts to see if there's any dog toys or dog treats that he could find in there. And that's gonna be-
Absolutely. Yeah, I'll just say you can find one.
Okay. I find one pretty quickly. I'm just going to toss one to the dog and try to convince him to stop attacking us.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a persuasion check.
Sure. Persuasion. Oh. That is a 7.
Okay. The dog catches it, but he is worriedly looking over at the grunch.
Okay.
Okay, Jack, it is your turn. What would you like to do?
I think I just will shoot him twice. Uh, 20?
Does definitely hit.
14. And I'll sharpshooter the second. I will not hit.
Okay. As the second one kind of goes flying wide. Arctic, you look down and you see that he's not looking too good. He has a lot of wounds. He's kind of almost leaking a little bit of the Christmas energy, and he looks up at you with like the sad, a little bit more controlling of himself. Jack, any bonus action or anything?
No, not this time.
Okay, Arctic, it is your turn.
Okay. Please hold. I'm just double checking a couple things for. Yeah. Success on access DnD. Trying to determine how much stuff I have at the moment. That's I'm like, can I use my Christmas spirit for anything? I'm like,
What would you like to do?
I have. Oh, okay. All right. Because it seems like it's a magical effect over him currently that's causing all this, right?
Yeah, it seems like he's kind of explained that he's addicted to the Christmas spirit.
You know what? 5th level, I'm gonna cast a Dispel Magic on him.
Okay. You know what? I'll make you a deal.
Okay.
Roll me an Arcana check. You will need to hit a 19, but you can expend Christmas Spirit into this to just essentially raise. So for every point you raise, you can add on. So go ahead and roll first. You need to hit a 19.
So roll first and then see if I hit it.
Would you like to expend 2 Christmas Spirits to get to the 19?
Absolutely. Let's get that spent.
Okay, and so with that, you watch as clarity comes to his eyes, and he kind of looks up at you and he goes, "You saved me. I'm so sorry. And he kind of just like breaks down in tears and hugs the air elemental. you manage to get him back, unless anybody else is continuing to want to be aggressive here. But he's kind of useless now. And he's shaking and crying. And he goes, "I'm so sorry." And Dax leaps onto his chest, kind of holding the toy. And you all pile back on into the sleigh. And I think with that, we are going to take a bit of a break. So this will be a little bit of a longer break. We'll be back in about 15-ish minutes. So we will see you guys then. from break. We got a little bit more left in this story, so just a little bit of a brief reminder. Hi, hello, welcome back from break. But this story was written by Matt, who's actually playing, so if you would like to get a awesome, sad, but touching Christmas story to play for yourself, or to hold on to for next year, now is the time to go grab it. So there's that link in the description right there in the chat. And then also, this is a charity stream. So we are supporting Feeding America today. This is a charity that brings food to those who need assistance, which is very, very important, especially in the times right now where things are getting cold and it's getting more difficult. We want to make sure that people eat, especially during the holidays. So that is what we are doing today. But as we are about ready to jump in, we are going to get back into things. So where we left off, you guys saved the Grunch. The Grunch, for copyright reasons. And you watch as Dax snuggles into his chest and he's licking his face as you guys are flying the little bit longer to the North Pole. And shortly, like a couple of minutes as you guys are reeling, trying to understand what is happening, you do manage to get a short rest in, so if anybody would like to roll any hit points or anything there, you are welcome to do so. You can take a short rest. And you land shortly in the North Pole. You also gain an additional 3 Christmas spirit. So I will give you guys a quick second while I shut the door that my cat shoved his face against. Okay.
Everything is broken.
I know, I'm so sorry. We've been having so many technical difficulties this entire game, and I feel so guilty. But it's okay. We're gonna get through it all together.
No, food is not for you, puppy.
So, as everybody, you guys can continue to roll your hit dice if you need to. And don't forget to add on to those 3 Christmas spirits. But
I forgot.
As you kind of land in the snow, and your hearts feel relief as you sink into the seats. You feel the faint glow wash over the earth below you, and you smell it. There's Christmas magic returning in the air, at least some of it. Your heart still pangs, and your head still aches, and the darkness still lingers beneath you. The reindeer plummet at speeds no one could survive before leveling off in the snow, a sleigh touching down in the powder at the bottom of the hill, hardly leaving a mark. You look as Dancer's limp body kind of hits the ground rough, and the other reindeer kind of turn around and begin nosing it as you unhook them all shortly from it. The Grunch kind of goes, I'm gonna get scarce because I don't want to do more harm than good, but here. And he shoves something into your hand, Arctic.
Oh. Okay.
You have literally just grenades.
Oh.
So you can go ahead and add those to your inventory or pass them to somebody else that you want to give them to. But there's 3.
Oh, I need to see if it literally says just a grenade.
It says literally grenades is what it's called.
Oh, okay, because I just went to type in grenades and I'm like, it's like smoke, shrapnel, and I'm like, you said it's under literally grenades?
Yes.
I'm not finding this.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not there.
I made it.
Did everything just get borked?
No, I probably forgot to make it. I thought I did, but I guess I didn't. It was so late last night. Here, I'll just drop it in the loot channel.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Okay. Maybe I didn't save it. I was having some issues with things saving last night. So, but they're essentially a AoE effect, and they take some Christmas spirit, but they have a bit of a bang.
I will go, well, thank you. I hope we do not have to get into further conflict, but it's good to have in case.
Yeah. Sorry again. I'm gonna go maybe find Cindy. And he takes off into the snow holding Dax.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right.
As you are kind of...
Here, if anyone would like to hold on to... Or anyone would like one, they're here. I'll hold on to one, but if anyone else wants the other 2. If not, I'll continue to hold.
Oh, I believe I could take one.
All right, I'll give one to you, Ranjar.
Okay, and with that, as you guys are kind of handing these out, Brizio, you're making sure that all the rest of the reindeer are okay as they kind of sadly gather around Dancer's limp body. And suddenly you hear off in the distance, bam, a gunshot, a scream, an automatic rifle. You hear an explosion, and then the sound of magic. Ready, aim, fire! There's a war happening off in the distance. What would you like to do?
Well, no time like the present.
War on Christmas, unthinkable.
Arctic is just going to start rushing off to the noise.
Okay.
Grimjari is going to follow Arctic.
Okay. And with that, as you guys take off into the distance, you crest the hill and see that there are several pockets of war sitting in a raging bloody grid beneath you. You see elves who look a little brighter than before, having gained some Christmas spirit with you guys delivering the presents, dropping Christmas trees, swinging candy cane swords and dropping Christmas trees on their enemies. On the other side, you see a dozen what looks like men in suits. They are armed to the teeth with rifles, grenades, and weapons that you've never seen before. You realize that every CEO runs a company, and these must be his employees. You hear a familiar female elf voice shout out as she goes, "You have to reverse the corruption! We can't take them like this!" And you see Lydia as she pulls the metal top from an ornament and chucks it into the battlefield. A shimmering cloud of gold glitter explodes as it lands. A few suited men sail through the air buried by snow and then plummet back to the ground. In the distance, you see a glowing glass orb the size of a Christmas tree, and within it, a light erasing darkness. This darkness consuming the light, bubbling, shifting, and writhing within. It calls to you as she points. As the SUV it's strapped to is carrying it away, growing smaller and smaller in the distance. The elves are fighting a losing battle with everything that they have, but the SUV is getting away. Your timer ticks. You have only an hour remaining. You know you need to get to it, but what do you do? And with that, we are going to face some options here. So as you crest the hill, you see a couple of different kind of pockets of fights happening. You see that furthest away from you, across from you, is the SUV starting to get away, and you need to make your way there. You have choices. To your left, you see that Lydia is in the middle of chaos. You see two elves toss her into the air, and she lands gracefully on the top of the shoulders of a man in a suit. Her legs wrap around his throat as she begins to pummel his head. You see here that the elves outnumber the suits, but not by much. To your right, you hear a loud spluttering noise, and then you take in the massacre that is happening. The elves outnumber the suits here, but one suit in particular sways the battle. He holds a weapon larger than he is, and his barrel spins faster than your eyes can take it in. You feel wetness soaking into your boots and look down at the glowing river of crimson with a faint glow of gold. You know that the elves don't stand a chance here against the man with the war machine. And straight in front of you, you see... No, sorry, just the right and the left option. So, your goal is to make it all the way across. What would you like to do? To the right or to the left?
I say we go where the elves need help.
Okay.
I will use my summon steed to summon a reindeer and hump on it and give a lift to anybody who needs to get there fast.
Okay, and you guys take off, and with that, we are going to drop on to the first of our war maps.
Whoa! That's a mimic if I ever saw one.
It's just cool looking. Okay.
Oh, it is for sure.
So you guys are coming from the top, just for the sake of things to make it easier for my brain. And you see. Okay. This guy, the yellow, so I couldn't find a good token for the suits, and so they're just colors. So the yellow token that is over here is the War Machine suit that is attacking. You see... for the sake of things, we're kind of working with a little bit of swarm mechanics. So you see two groups of suits that are going to move together. Oh, sorry, I lied. 3 groups of suits that are going to move together. So these guys seem to be some sort of fighters. And that they are fighting a group of elves. So again, these are kind of working in swarm mechanics. Okay, and I'll say that you guys can be a little bit closer if you want to move a little bit more.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, everybody go ahead and roll me some initiatives.
Cool. Bad rules.
Okay. Let me roll for this guy. Ooh, I rolled stupidly well for him. I might actually beat Jack for once. Nope, I didn't beat Jack for once. I was like, I should beat Jack. Nope, Jack still rolled really well. Okay, let me get the last thing and then I will check to make sure everybody is good to go in initiative. Ooh, I rolled really good across the board. Okay.
Just so you know, my token. I forgot to select my token gun.
Okay, sounds good. What is your initiative?
6.
Easy peasy. You are now in initiative order. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nice job, guys. Alrighty, with that, we are bopping into some battle. Your goal is to fight your way through. You can, at any point, leave. We are still playing with, like, the whole you need to disengage or you will take attacks of opportunities. But whatever point you guys want to move on, you can move on. But if you want to stay and help until things are done, you can stay and help until things are done. So just keep in mind that you guys have about an hour and 15 minutes in real time. So use your time wisely. And with that, Jack, what are you doing? So yellow is the big minigun, and the green guys just appear to be fighters.
Okay, with my bonus action, I'm just going to cast Swift Quiver, and then I'm just gonna start taking arrow shots into the hordes of suits.
Okay. So you're going for the green guys?
Yeah, I guess I'll just start over here on the left.
Okay, sounds good.
So I'll take 2 sharpshooter attacks into them. Oh my god.
That unfortunately misses, but 19 hits.
Alright, 26 damage to that swarm.
Okay.
And I guess I'll just stay back here. That's okay with me.
Sounds good. Arctic, what would you like to do?
Okay, we're gonna do a 3rd level heat metal on the minigun guy.
Okay. Are you going for... He does seem to be wearing some sort of armor. If you would like to aim at that, or if you would like to aim it at the gun to get him to drop it, you can certainly attempt that as well.
Yeah, I want to do it at the gun so he drops it.
Okay. So he will take the 8 fire damage and then attempt to hold on to it. So that's a
Okey-doke.
Constitution saving throw.
Give me 1 second. 'Cause I have to look at it. Oh, it's yep, Constitution saving throw.
Okay, I rolled a 13.
That is a fail.
Okay, he drops his minigun.
All right. And then I'm going to bonus action. We are going to be doing yet another shift. This time I'm going to turn myself into an earth elemental.
Okay. Getting big.
Big attacks. And then I want to just move up to the minigun guy.
Alrighty.
Yeah, it's time to play Rock'em Sock'em Robots.
Anything else that you would like to do?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, I'm trying to remember what the rules of like picking up a weapon are. I think that it takes a full action to like pick up a weapon.
I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that he's going to. So he expends his action to pick up the weapon. Okay.
It's still hot.
It is, but you can
Yeah, it's on my turn.
on your turn. Okay. So you watch as these elves all begin to attack the guys around them. I'm gonna do the ones attacking the suits first. Off to the left, attacking the one that Jack attacked, miss, but the other 2 attacking suits do hit, doing minuscule damage to these guys, but every little bit counts. And then the ones attacking the minigun guy, they look like they're trying to hold on to... They look terrified of him. And it seems that, that they are struggling to, like, break through and hold the fortitude to attack him. Okay. Brizio, it is your turn.
It is my turn.
What would you like to do?
Yep. Good question. Oh wait, this affects all of them. God damn it. Why can't it be more spread out?
Do it anyway. It's fine. We're built different.
No, it's not, because it would affect you too, and it's not a good thing. So shut the fuck up. Anyway.
That's not very Christmas spirit of you.
Lose 3 Christmas spirit.
You know what? Just for that, Brizio's Jewish.
Oh my gosh. You literally worked for Santa.
Look,
Okay.
I need a job.
What do you do, Brizio?
Okay, I guess. Same thing I've always done at this point in time. Just cast Scorch and Ray. You have 3 attacks.
Okay, who are you attacking?
Yeah. It's these dots that the enemies, right?
Correct. So the green ones are kind of like just generic fighter suit guys, and the yellow one is the one holding a minigun.
The Yabba?
The yellow one.
I'll do these 3.
Okay.
So 1 each, starting with the minigun.
Okay.
Just roll, damn you. Give us a second.
We've been having so many issues.
21.
That definitely
These
hits.
specialties.
for
Takes a little.
11 damage.
Aye.
Go ahead
Second
and
attack.
hit the next two.
$18 for the one on the left.
18 definitely hits for 9 fire.
$12.
12 does indeed miss.
Well, you know what? That one I missed.
Oh no.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Does a dirty 20 hit it?
Yes, it does.
Good.
Go ahead and roll me some damage. Oh my gosh. Holy shit. That group of fighters are not looking good between Jack's arrows and your
Good.
Eldritch Cannon. Okay. Anything else? Movement?
I'm a long range fighter. No, I'm not. Gonna
Okay.
move
It is the... yeah, I think they're gonna continue to slaughter the elves, unfortunately.
It's fine. They deserve it.
What? Okay. So, that hits. That... I think that hits. No, that misses. That hits. Going from left to right as you watch as an elf gets kind of splattered to the ground. He's not looking great, but this group is still trying to hold together. The second group is evading and dodging pretty easily, but the third group to the right also takes a palpable hit, and they are not looking great. Okay, Brinjar, it is your turn with Milo on deck.
All right, Brimjar with his reindeer is going to ride all the way over here and is going to flank as well as attack.
Go for it. This guy is not fully in a circle. He's there.
So 16 to hit.
A 16 just hits.
All right, I'll use my candy cane of death.
Okay, go ahead and expend those Christmas spirit and then roll your damage.
Okay.
And if you would like to throw it, you do have an additional enemy.
Right, so that's 5 bludgeoning, and we will use the radiant for both of them. That's 9 radiant, as well as another 13 radiant.
Oh, are you smiting?
No, but it's 1 radiant for him. For
Oh!
minigun, and the other radiant for the other enemy if there's another one nearby.
Okay, which enemy are you throwing to?
I guess this one, since he's already been attacked.
Okay, go ahead and roll a hit, because remember you have to try to hit it.
Right. Alright. I don't have advantage because I'm not flanking.
I will honor the 13, though.
Alright.
Because that's...
That is a... what? I don't know if that rolled or not.
It did.
A 14 to hit.
A 14 misses as it flies wide, and I think it cracks.
That's right. It cracked, so I'll use my second attack with my great axe this time around.
Okay, sounds good.
Great axe. Everyone. That is a 27 to hit for 7 slashing damage. And that will
Perfect.
end my turn.
Okay, Milo, it is your turn with Maluzine on deck.
I'm gonna move to here.
Okay.
Toss a Christmas ornament
Okay.
to here. I have to hit the elf.
I feel like there's a way that you can throw it without hitting the elf.
There's gotta be.
There's gotta be. I'll just allow it. It's fine. We don't need to waste time trying to measure it out. I'm not a stickler. Yeah, like... It's fine.
Okay, so I'm gonna set a bad intention.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your d4.
And that is a 4. So,
Oh, why did roll?
each of them must bring me an item from their inventory.
That's so weird. It says rolls a d20 plus 4, but it was not a d20. So confused. Okay, whatever. It's fine. Said it was a persuasion roll. Okay. Sure. I don't know what items are in their inventory. I will. I'll allow you to steal their daggers. So you negate their dagger attack.
Very good. And that'll be my turn.
Okay. Maluzne, it is your turn with Jack on deck.
I'm gonna come over here. I'm going to use animate on the present.
Okay.
I have a giant present.
You do have a giant present. I don't have a present token, but I'll see what I can find. And
But I
then,
could just use one of my tokens and make it bigger.
that works. Or here, I found a crate. So, oh no, what is happening? Okay, I found a crate. It is now animated. I think it's just a normal size. What would you like to do with it? Or actually, sorry, use your token because then you can move it around and then I don't need to worry about it. So go ahead and drop a token. I'll make it normal sized.
And then, let's see.
So it is now animated. And it now has the dancing item stat block, which if you click, it'll pop up.
Yeah.
And
I was seeing how far it can go, which isn't very far.
I'm going to say that it acts on your initiative. It flies, so you have 30 feet of movement. So if you wanted to, you could get it to fly over to here and go help out these guys.
Yeah.
Okay. And then it looks like it has a force-empowered slam if you would like.
Yeah, I'll do that.
So you can just go ahead and roll a spell attack. So a d20 plus 7.
It worked!
Did it?
But it didn't transfer.
Okay, what did you roll?
A natural 20.
Oh, hold on. I can see it.
So 27.
Okay, that definitely hits. Go ahead and roll 2d10 then, and then we'll add your proficiency bonus, which is 4.
Ten.
Yep, 2d10. So it's normally 1d10 plus your proficiency bonus, but since you crit.
Yeah, so the total is 10.
Oh,
6
okay.
and a 4.
Okay, sounds good. And then your proficiency bonus is 4. So it's 14 damage. Nice. This guy, the swarm is not looking great. Okay. Anything else you would like to do? That was your action? And then this creature now functions on your turn.
Yeah. That's what I'll do that.
Sounds good. Jack, it is your turn with Arctic on deck.
All right. I'll use my action to ice ball this area over here just to hit that swarm.
Okay, sounds good. So it's a dexterity saving throw?
Yeah.
Okay, that is a 16.
That makes it so 11 damage.
All right, as a burst of energy happens over there, I would say you would be able to. It's just like fireball length, right? I would say you'd be able to hit the war guy too. Hold on.
I don't want to hit any elves.
Okay. Oh yeah, you probably would. Yeah. Okay, Fair.
And then I will move and I'll use my bonus action to shoot the yellow circle 2 times.
Shorty, I'm gonna give you, because I gave it to Matt, you would be able to, if you wanted to get these 2 guys, you could get both of them.
Okay, I will get both of them if I cannot hit the elves.
Yeah. Like, there's a sliver of the elf in there, and I don't care enough to worry about that. Okay, let me just see if they succeed. They do not. I rolled a 6, so this group of suits falls down with the ice. Okay, go ahead and roll your bonus action to shoot.
All right. 17.
17 hits.
Nice. The second shot's 17 also, so. It is 29 cold damage to him.
Nice. As a burst of cold energy happens there. Okay. Anything else?
Nope.
Arctic, it is your turn.
Okay. I'm gonna make 2 big ol' slam attacks on the big yellow guy, because he's trying to use, all them dumb Gatling gun stuff. And actually, yeah, so we'll do the slam attacks first.
Both hit. Oh my gosh. Okay, so that's 32 damage. I think I
Yup,
added
and
that.
then... yup, 32 is correct. And bonus action, heat metal.
Okay. Go ahead and
So
roll
it's
that.
just gonna be, so it's gonna be 3d8.
I rolled a Constitution saving throw. That is a 16?
That is that's my DC exactly.
Okay, so meets it, beats it.
Oh.
He holds onto his gun as he takes the damage. He's not looking
Yep,
great.
but it has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks until the start of my next turn.
Okay.
So even though he has it, he's not gonna do great. That's gonna be it for my turn.
Okay. With his turn, even though he has disadvantage, he is going to activate his spiraling spray. So he is going to spin in a circle and shoot, friendly or otherwise, and is going to attempt to hit everything. So go ahead, and I need everybody to roll me a dexterity saving throw. And this is going to be a little bit different in that whatever number you roll matters. But let me get me a radius here. So it's a 60-foot range. So I think that's going to hit everybody. Yeah, his friends including. So I'm going to let you guys roll, and I'm going to take a second to roll what happens for his allies,
That's an 8
etc.
for me.
Mine's a 14.
Okay, give me a second, and then I will go back and look. I'm gonna do some math on the enemy side first before I start heading here. I'm gonna need a calculator. My brain is not working. We're hitting the part of the night where, like, my brain turns off, and it's not great. So... Oh, gosh. Okay, the suits over here do not look great. Oh no, the suits over here do not look great. Candle, it's 6 o'clock for me. You shut. Let's see how these little elves do. I'm so nervous about hurting the elves. Okay. Okay, these succeed over here. These ones just take 6 damage. These ones take 11 damage. And these ones take... Okay. If everybody could please tell me what their score was, and we're gonna go down the list here. So I see Brinjar, you rolled an 18 dexterity saving throw. You take 2 piercing damage. Arctic, you made it. You take nothing.
Okay.
Brizio, you failed, and the way that this works is it's whatever you fail by, so the difference is how many d6s of damage you take. So
Oh, please, just kill me.
So you take 39 piercing damage as you are utterly decimated over there. Milo, you got a 17. So you take, oh, I rolled horribly. I rolled 2 ones. Snake eyes. So you take 2 damage.
I'll take.
Maluzne, you got a 14, so you failed by 5. So you take 14 piercing damage. Jack, you pass, you're fine. Okay, but he did do quite a bit of damage as well to his allies. It looks like there's only like 1 fighter standing over at this left group over here, and there's still a couple over here. Okay, it is now elves' turns. As these elves over here rush over here and are flanking and helping each other. That's a hit there. That's a natural 20 there. So they managed to do 3d6 damage. So that is 10 damage. The elves take out this suit here. He was barely hanging on. And then we're gonna resolve over here. That's a hit. They do a measly 1 point of damage over to the right. And then the elves are flanking with Brinjar. They just hit with a 16 and do 6 damage. Nice job. This guy is not looking great. He is barely hanging on. Brizio, what would you like to do?
Ow. Which one's not looking good? This one or the minigun?
Okay, go for it.
I thought, yeah, let's go for it. Why not? Yay! I don't know why I didn't add the D8. There you go.
Okay, he is still hanging together, but not looking great.
No, he ain't.
You're shooting this green guy over here, right?
Aye.
Okay. 18 hits. Go ahead and roll your damage. Oh my gosh. Yeah, he's dead. He's fucking dead. Okay. Anything else?
So far?
So I am. Thank you.
You know, yeah. I'm just gonna go over behind this tree and suffer as a free action.
Okay, you can suffer as a free action. Brinjar, it is your
Can I
turn. You can cry.
Cry.
Crying's a free action. So is peeing yourself.
Don't worry. It's okay.
In case you were curious.
All right, Grimjar is going to swing his axe. That is a lot to hit for
Okay.
7 slashing damage.
Okay, he is barely hanging on.
I will attack again. For 15 to hit.
15 just misses.
All right, that ends my turn.
Okay. Milo, it is your turn. What would you like to do?
Milo is going to run to Brizio and just grab him and cure wounds 3rd level.
Nice. Go ahead and roll that roll that damage. Damage him. Kill him. Take him out. Why? Perception
What is
check.
happening? Roll that damage.
Just. Oh my gosh. Rather
Hold
than
on,
trying
wait.
to roll
I think this might be funner.
and D&D Beyond, just go to roll
Okay.
20 and
Still.
27 plus 7, so 34.
Okay, go
I know
ahead.
who sticks this.
Oh my gosh. Take 34 healing, Milo.
Milo.
Or not Milo. Milo gave you
Brizio.
34 healing, Brizio. There we go. Just
Oh,
stating.
wait, I did 34 damage.
Not damage. Don't die. Okay, bonus action or anything, Milo?
You know what? Let's say I did roll a 10 on a perception check. What do I see?
You see Brizio attempting to hide behind the tree,
All right.
crying and suffering. That's what you see. You do see that, like, kind of across the way, that Lydia and the elves in that quadrant are absolutely decimating. They're doing great.
Ooh.
Okay. Maluzne, it is your turn. What would you like to do?
Sorry, give me a sec. Double checking things. You can go 30 with this, right?
Correct. So you can get to there,
Okay.
next to the
Making
elf.
sure.
So
I'm
you,
gonna have Meluzne come over here. Oop. Why? And then I'm going to use. Yeah, I'll just use Starry Wisp.
so you're gonna actually want to back up one more for that, because you're technically within melee range of him. So you're going to
Oh my
scooch back.
God,
Perfect.
why?
Nope, you're good.
Jesus.
Go ahead and roll your Starry Wisp.
So rolled 19 plus 7 is 26.
Yep.
Don't know why it's not going over there. And then damage is 8.
Nice. That's just enough. So as your burst of golden energy comes flying out and hitting him, he explodes and the Gatling gun goes dropping to the ground. With that, we are going to quickly clear initiative. You guys have 45 minutes left, so you're gonna have to move quickly here. You see a couple of different options. You see that straight in front of you is which there's not really like a quicker way to get there. So I will let you choose how you would like to get there. But you see straight in front of you, you see a group of elves as well as Mrs. Claus taking on some of these suit guys. So blood-tainted snow sticks to your suits, and you see that it's hard to see through the slush. You see Mrs. Claus, her lipstick is still smeared, and she's holding a shotgun, and she yells out in a confident voice, "You bastards took my husband from me. Tell Victor I said Merry fucking Christmas," and you hear a boom, and you see that she's exploding things over there. And then to your right, you see a group of, hold on, where is it? Flashing colors of red, blue, greens, and purples, and you see them dazzled there. And you follow the string of lights to the hands that wield them. There's an elf cackling that lashes strings around the legs of a suit, who knocks prone with a firm yank. The elf grins and begins to pull in the line as if he caught a big fish, and yells, "You're mine!" And it looks like he's about to pounce on the man, and then gets mowed over by the SUV as it goes through that area. It looks like the elves outnumber the suits, but they should be fine as long as no more SUVs go by, but you're kind of following the one. So, which of those two quadrants would you like to move into?
Both ways we get closer to the SUV.
Correct.
Guys, I think Miss Claus got things handled. I think we should better go after that SUV.
Believe you are correct on
Sounds
that.
good to me.
Okay. So it looks like in this quadrant that the elves do have things managed. They outnumber, despite Mr. Whip Elf being destroyed. So you can choose to stay and fight if you would like to, or if you would like to attempt to just move through this quadrant, you are more than welcome to. And you
I say
will...
move through.
Move through.
Okay.
Move through.
So if you are moving through here, what I will need you to do is go ahead and make me a stealth check if you want to just sneak through, or you can choose instead to make a dexterity saving throw to pass through unharmed. Okay, Brinjar, you're good. Milo, what's your plus?
No plus.
Oh, okay. As long as you don't have a minus, you're fine. You're good.
Well, if it's a saving throw, if you're going for saving throws, you get a +3 from me.
True.
Oh, I do that.
Okay. It doesn't matter. You pass.
Woo.
Okay, Arctic, you are good. I need a Brizio, Jack, and a Maluzne.
Is this gonna kill me?
Jack, you are good.
Hey, is this gonna kill me?
No, it's more of just if you pass through without getting seen. 19 is good. For those who don't know, Maluzne is rolling in the D&D Beyond, and I can see things, so it's all good there. And then, okay, so everybody makes it through. So you all pass through unharmed and go straight into the next quadrant. There's not really a choice here. The choice would be to go to where Mrs. Claus is and kind of backtrack a bit, but the fastest way is straight ahead. And as you do, you see a voice that yells out in a very angry, small, like mouse-like voice that yells, "I'm gonna blow your ass to the sky high!" And you search around and you finally see him, a breathing gingerbread man. You see ornaments strapped to his... Oh, yep, there he goes. He explodes. You feel a burst of Christmas magic as against your faces before you realize that you witnessed a kamikaze. But the suits all get back up, and besides a few severely outnumbered elves, that is all that there is left to fight. You watch as one of them mashes a few buttons on his wristwatch and then raises his palm in your direction, looking like he's about to cast a spell.
Oh.
And so, with that, we are dropping on a new map. And I'm going to have everybody roll me some more initiatives.
Which...
You guys are coming from the left.
Thank you.
When it's almost midnight.
Okay.
I don't know how long it's been, but I
Mine
believe-
is 19.
Okay, I will add you in a second.
How many more initiatives is it gonna be? It's almost midnight.
It's fine.
You guys got like 40 more minutes on my timer.
Would it? Am I still? Would I still be wild shaped in my Earth Elemental form?
Yes, it has. And Maluzne, you also still have your animated object.
Okay, I'll put another one on there then.
Okay, I will make it big in a second.
I just put it kind of in this area.
Okay, I need just a second to get some stuff on initiative.
So it's been less than a minute, yeah?
It's been about a minute.
Okay.
I would say that it probably took a minute to sneak through the other area. Ooh, I rolled really well. Let me just get the elves on here. And then I need to get Maluzne, and then we should be good to go.
I mean, I'm glad I can roll correctly in D&D Beyond now, but I don't know why it's not translating.
It's okay. Okay, I added your turn. You said you got a 19?
Yeah.
Okay, with that, everything is ready to go. We are now sorted. As you guys are rushing forward, Arctic, you are still big. And so the light blue dots, so the like more cerulean, are casters. They're very evidently casters. And then our dark blue dots, the cobalt, they look to be some sort of tanks. Okay, what would you like to do?
All right. Arctic is just gonna barrel on through. Cause that is what I'm good at. Cause what I only have 30 feet movement. No. Fine. I'll use my action to dash to get up close to the tanks.
Okay.
We're gonna. It's another round 2 of Rock'em Sock'em Robots.
Okay, take it at the tanks.
Yup. And I also dropped the concentration for heat metal since the guy died. So.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah. But yeah, that's it for me.
Okay. It is now your turn. What would you like to do, Brizio?
You know what? I trust that giant mechanical bear friend.
Okay.
I trust that he'll be safe and sound and he has a good sense of dexterity.
Do it! You!
I'm not a bear, I'm an earth elemental.
Well, Earth Elemental then,
Okay, show me where your fireball is.
No, it was here. If I remember correctly.
Because you're trying not to hit elves.
Yeah.
I would say that you can back it up easy enough that you can...
I just had it too. Where the hell did I put it?
There you go. Okay. I'm gonna roll group dexterity saves. So a 17 for our casters, and a horrible for our other ones. So,
well, it's a DC 16.
Okay, so they do succeed, and it looks like fire damage doesn't do as much to them as Arctic. As
fine.
They are resistant to it, the casters specifically. But the other guys take the full front of it. Does your Arctic arcane firearm add on to that, or no?
Yeah.
Oh, dang. Okay, cool.
It's the first spell cast.
So 29 damage to you, Arctic. I'm so sorry.
The only reason it doesn't add on to every version of Scorching Ray is because it attacks multiple times.
No. Okay.
Anyway, bonus action. I'm just gonna shoot the one in the head.
Okay, which one?
I don't know, whichever one's closest.
Probably this one. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Nice, that definitely hits.
Nice. Wow, that's awful. I rolled two twos and a 1.
I'm so sorry.
Anyway, he's pushed 5 feet back to.
Okay.
I don't know how you do that with group setting, but hey, I'll let you figure
I'm
that out.
just gonna decide that the whole group gets pushed back. Okay, anything else?
Nope.
Alrighty, our casters, it is now their turn. So you watch as they lift up their hands as they begin to turn dials on their watch, and they are going to activate it. Let me just see who is within range. Okay, I'm so sorry, Arctic. You are the biggest threat, and you are the main thing within range. So these two guys are going to attack you, and then this one's going to attack the little guy over there. And I am going to roll a d6 to see what happens. So, against the little elves, you see as a... Yeah, that definitely hits. A bolt of cold energy flies out and hits them, dealing... Where'd my other d4 go? 6, 7, 8... 12 damage as they are hit with cold. And then to you, Arctic, the first one is another bolt of cold energy. That is a 18 to hit you.
Can I help with counterspell?
You could counterspell one of these if you would like.
I would.
Oh,
Okay, do you want to counterspell the first one or the second one?
Either's fine.
Okay. I'll let you counterspell the first one. So the bolt of cold energy begins to fly out, and you watch as Maluzine just kind of points a finger out, and it kind of blows up and sputters, and his watch begins to sputter on him. But the second one... I lost a d6! Okay, it's fine. It rolled a 1 on the floor. I'm gonna go with it. So that is a fire bolt, which is a 17 to hit you.
17 is my AC exactly in this form.
Okay. You take an additional 7 fire damage. Alrighty. Jack, it is your turn.
Alright. I already did all my measuring. I'm going to cast Confusion and hit all 3 of these groups.
Okay, sounds good. I trust you. So they roll wisdom saving throw?
Wisdom saving.
Okay, I'm rolling them all separately. Bottom right of the triangle was a nat 20. So he passes for sure. This dark blue is a 15, so I think he fails. And then that is a 13, so other guy fails. So the 2 with the pink dots are now confused.
Alright.
Okay, and that will get resolved on their turn. Bonus action movement?
I'll move under these trees.
Okay. Maluzine, it is now your turn.
Okay, I'm going to... I need to figure out where I need it. Yeah, I can go there. Okay. I am going to come over here. And then... Actually, I think I'm gonna... One sec, I need to rethink something.
Nope, you're good.
So if I did lightning bolt, I could hit these 2, right?
Let me get my handy dandy little beam measurer out. Yeah, okay. It looks weird because it's coming from, like, you, but yeah, I will say that because you can't move yourself up 1 square, and then I'll allow it to hit only these 2.
Okay.
If you want a lightning bolt.
Yes,
Absolutely.
I'm gonna lightning bolt.
Okay, I rolled a nat 1 for the caster.
Alright. So...
And then an 11 for the blue guy. So they both epically fail. Go ahead and roll your lightning bolt damage.
34.
Nice. It looks like the casters are resistant to this damage as well. So, hold on, wait, let me just verify that. Yes, they are. So it doesn't do quite as much as you wanted it to, but it still does quite a bit of damage to it because they are butt squishy casters. And the tank is not looking great. Nice job. Anything else?
I'm going to. Yep, it's that guy. That's it.
Okay. The elves' turn. One of them steps a little bit closer to continue to attack. The first one down here does manage to hit it for a measly 3 damage, but the top 2 do not, which is probably good because I think that does something to the confusion. I can't remember, but either way, they both miss. But it is now the blue guy's turns. So let's resolve confusion turn. What happens to confused guy?
He rolls a D8 10.
A D10. Alrighty. That is a 5.
He doesn't move or take actions this turn.
Okay. Sounds great. The next guy is going to take his baton out and smack the poor little elves, managing to hit them and doing, oh my gosh, so much damage to them. They're not looking great. Okay, Brinjar, it is your turn. Oh wait, do I remake my saving throw, Shorty, at the end of my turn? For confusion?
Yes.
Okay. I rolled a 4, so I think that fails. That's like a 6. Okay, Brinjar, it is your turn officially. Milo, you're on deck.
Alright, Jar is going to come over here on his steed and is going to throw a grenade to hit all of these dudes. And he's going to cast a Divine Smite in the grenade to make it into a Holy Hand grenade.
Okay. Did the verbiage change in 2024? Somebody let me know on adding Divine Smite to ranged weapons. Because as far as I know, Divine Smite's only melee.
That's a good question.
No, I.
Rule of cool. Rule of cool.
Okay,
Yeah,
sure to convince
that's
me.
what
Rule of cool, I'm cool with this.
You don't take much convincing. You know
I
that,
don't.
right?
I really don't. I'm kind of like, whatever. It sounds awesome. Let's fuck it up. Okay, go ahead and throw your grenade. So who's all in it? I'm rolling dexterity saving
All of
throws.
them.
Can you show
It's a
me?
60-foot radius, so
Okay, you might get Arctic too.
yeah, it's fine.
Okay,
Yeah, it's fine.
It's
sounds
fine.
good.
Don't worry about
We'll
our.
get-
Don't worry.
We'll get all of them. We'll avoid the elves. I'm sure that it would be fine. Arctic will take it too because of where he's at. So the
right,
casters,
it's 14 dexterity saving throw.
casters failed. The fighter succeeded. Go ahead and roll your damage. Arctic fail.
All right. So that's 4d8 necrotic. So that's 19. And I only have 1 spell slot left. So that's a level 2 divine smite. So that's 3d8.
Okay, I'll allow you to do it. It's fine. It's fine.
That's necrotic and radiant damage together. That's a total of 30 damage.
Nice. Okay.
Now it's my turn.
I'm gonna say that the Divine Smite does full damage to them.
Okay.
But since it's to your friend... Oh yeah, it does full damage to him anyway, because he failed. Okay.
FYI, did I have a chance to repair my candy cane of doom on the way here?
What does it say?
It takes an action to repair.
Then yeah, I'll allow it. Yeah,
Okay.
you repaired it. So this guy is not looking too hot down here. These other 2 casters are bloodied. This guy down at the bottom is also not looking too hot. And this tank up here is fine. Okay, Milo, it is your turn.
I'm gonna move to here and toss an ornament. I figured this out very precisely.
Okay, I trust you. Who does it hit?
Right here.
Okay. Wow, you really did precisely figure it out. Nice job. And remembered where it was. I would have been like, yeah, I figured it out. I don't remember where it was. Okay.
That D4 is a 2.
Okay, what happens?
Yay. That's what I want. A 2 deals 3d12 damage.
Oh my gosh.
31.
Okay, you
And it's
throw
radiant.
the grenade of the holy grenade, and it blows up kind of in the area, and then Milo comes up behind you and also chucks an ornament, and you watch as these two guys die, and this one is on his last leg.
And that'll be my turn.
Nice. Arctic, he's on his last leg. What do you do?
I'm gonna break his last leg.
Okay. Go for it.
Stomp on his knee.
I'm gonna smack him. Yeah, you fucking break his last leg. He dies.
And since I got 10-foot reach, I'm gonna hit the other guy too.
Yep. Okay,
Yeah.
you also turn around and slam your fist onto him and also break his leg. He dies too. Okay,
Teamwork. Yeah.
there's one left. What would you like to do? Oh, do you have a bonus action you can do?
Not really, but I'm gonna go up to this one anyway.
Okay. Sounds great. Brizio, it is your turn.
We sure? I think he's got it right now.
I mean, you can choose to do something and heal this turn if you want to. What would you like to do?
Yeah, see, I would like to heal and all of that. It's just one small issue. I didn't take a healing spell.
Well, that sounds like a you problem.
Come to me, my child.
What would you like to do, Brizio?
I don't know, to start blasting?
Okay, blast him. Okay, yeah. And as, like, Arctic is running up to go slam this guy, just out of nowhere, a firebolt comes flying through and completely destroys it.
Oh.
And it is now dead, too. You have evaded this area, or cleared this area as the elves erupt in cheers, kind of yelling and thanks as you guys take off after the SUV. And with that, you have made it to the area that the SUV is in. And the elves are all kind of like running behind you, trying to keep up with you with their little legs. And you finally caught up to the SUV in this area, and you see the glowing, raging orbs still strapped to the top. The inside is swirling with a golden and a nightmare black glitter that seems to attack itself. You see more men in black hanging from the sides of the vehicles, firing at anybody who gets too close. You watch an elf that sails gracefully through the air from a different area that's launched by what seems to be some sort of catapult built out of Lincoln logs. He lands on top of the SUV with a thunk and presses his hand to the orb. You watch as the glitter swirls, responding to the touch, and for a moment it stills, and the black shifts into the gold. Before you look away, it blows up. The elf's head splits open, and there's crimson all over the top. This SUV skids further into the war zone, mowing down another elf as it drives, and then you see it. The sun is rising in the distance. You have 15 minutes. The battlefield freezes and you hear a million voices, visions at once. A flash of a smile, the sound of shredding wrapping paper, the smell of bacon on Christmas morning, or my favorite, the smell of cinnamon chip scones. You feel the warmth of a fire, and you hear a small, gentle, "Mama, Santa didn't eat the cookies." And you think back to, oops. You snap back, and your eyes flick to your palms, now glowing with a vibrant Christmas magic. The orb pulses and shakes, the shimmering glitter inside rising to a crescendo. It is now or never to get to this orb. You now have been given the power of Christmas, so you are able to do some additional magic. And so I'm going to drop this in the loot channel, because there is a lot, but I will kind of read it out loud because I know some people here are a wee bit dyslexic. So, the power of Christmas magic. You can now cast the conditional cantrip Merry Christmas, but you have little control over it, so it is a cantrip. To cast, you have to spend 2 Christmas Spirit as a bonus action. So, and choose a target or target area within 60 feet and roll a d8. So this is kind of like a wild magic surge table, guys. If the rolled results call for a different targeting than what you've chosen, the spell fizzles. So you pick target or target area, and just depending on what happens, there might be some additional stuff happening. So, first one, Sleigh Bells Ring. If you target an area, each creature within 30 feet, including allies, must make a DC 14 con save or be deafened, which is called Sleigh Bells Ring. Number 2, Chestnuts Roasting. If you've targeted a creature, so specifically a creature, and they have balls, their balls erupt.
Hey, yo.
What? The only one who's safe from this.
Number 3, Jack Frost Nipping. If you've targeted a creature, their nose immediately freezes off. They take 3d8 cold damage and now have a nasally voice. Number 4, if you've targeted an area for White Christmas, a massive snow falls from the sky. As if the entire cloud is solidified, each creature within 15 feet takes 1d8 cold damage, bludgeoning damage, and must succeed on a strength check or at the beginning of their turn to escape. If you roll a 5, it's a Merry Little Christmas. If you've targeted a creature, they shrink to tiny. All of their abilities remain intact, but they are very cute. If you roll a 6, Oh Holy Night. You've now targeted an area, a pit appears. There's no bottom to this pit. 7 is All I Want for Christmas. If you've targeted a creature, they are immediately enthralled by you and spend their whole next turn confessing their love. And 8, Last Christmas. If you've targeted a creature, their heart is ripped from their chest and placed in your hand, and they're immediately killed.
Nice.
Last Christmas, I gave you my heart.
Yeah.
Okay, all that is good and all, but we have literal ball explosion.
Yep. Okay. So, and I'm going to...
A literal cast testicular torsion.
Yep, pretty
Why
much.
would we use anything else?
But you have to roll for it. So remember,
That is the thing. We have to
it's a
roll,
cantrip.
not guarantee.
It's a little bit of a gamble. So it's a cantrip, and you declare if you want an area or a target, right? And then you roll, and if what you roll targets what you picked, you verbalized, then it happens, and if it doesn't, then it fizzles, and you expend 2 Christmas Spirit. So, yes, and the Christmas Spirit is still lost. So, you guys are now at the very, very left of this.
Left, okay. Is my other thing still active?
Yes, it is still active. You guys are at the very, very left, and we are entering a chase scene. You need to stay within 120 feet of the SUV or it gets away.
So we have to stay...
You have to get within 120 feet of the SUV or it gets away. So you guys need to be right where my arrow is. So back her up a little. You start 60 feet away.
I am on the wrong side of the board. I know left and right, I swear.
Me too, Amy, me too.
I was like, why is no one else over here? And I was like, oh, left side.
Okay, go ahead and roll me some initiatives. Okay. I rolled poorly for you guys. Be grateful.
Wait, what?
Can I please be large again, DM?
Lorge.
Large.
I need my thingy ball. Big.
Okay. And then big.
Arctic, you're heavy. Get off of me.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm missing. Amy, did you roll yet? You got an 11. That's right. Your thing is being silly goose.
No, just go around me.
I mean, I'll be thankful it lets me do anything in D&D, right?
Yeah, you're good. You're good. Okay, Maluzine and Brinjar, you guys both have the same initiative. Do you want to go together? Do you want to pick who goes first?
Okay, either way.
Okay.
We could do it based on, like...
We can just do it based off of what happened. So, top of the round, you see several people hanging out of the SUV, Jack, and it looks like they're speeding away. And your goal is to get to it and get to the top of the, essentially to catch it, right?
Sure. I feel like I want to run up and cast confusion on it.
Okay. Unfortunately, this is not a creature, and...
Well, in the area.
Oh, okay. So on the people. Got it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh boy, so someone get me up close and personal. I can do some damage.
Here's what I'm gonna do. Okay. So that's a wisdom saving throw?
Yeah.
Okay, so the driver rolled a 13, so he's confused. The front passenger seat rolled an 18, so he's fine. I think your DC is higher than an 18.
Yeah, he's fine.
Gatling gun is a 16, and then there's a bunch of guys in the back that have rolled a 15.
Alright, 16 is the save, so it sounds like 2 people made it.
Okay, so driver failed, and the guys in the back are confused. Okay. Anything else?
No.
All right, Brizia, what would you like to do?
Good question.
Better decide quickly. You guys have like 10 minutes.
Okay, so just let me measure something out. Space. Hey, Arctic.
Yes.
You're big, aren't you?
Yes.
Okay, just let this happen.
Oh, you know I'm going to.
Right in front of it.
He drops you right in front of the moving car?
Also, it needs to be noted, because I am an earth elemental, I deal double damage to objects and structures.
Okay.
Fucking punch it.
Do it!
That car is totaled.
Oh my gosh.
They drove in a high speed directly into the boulder, crash into me.
We love a great, like, how can we cheese this? I'm here for it. Okay.
We need to at this point.
Was that an action or a bonus action?
That was an action, I believe. Yep. So, I don't know, bonus action. F that bit of tongue.
Oh, okay. Anything else you want to do?
Apparently, about my tongue. fucking shoot it.
Okay, sounds good. Go ahead.
You... 19.
Definitely hits. Go ahead and roll me some damage.
Here's some fuck you damage.
Thank you for that force damage. And force damage does seem to do a little bit extra to it.
Nice. Anyway, you got a boulder in your way now. What you gotta do like that?
Okay, let's resolve the boulder in our way. Are you gonna move at all? It's speeding away from you. So this is the DM telling you to fucking move your movement. Archie.
This. Oh,
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, Arctic, you got dropped right in front of a moving vehicle. What are you doing?
I'm gonna beat the shit out of this vehicle.
Okay, go for it.
Grab onto it.
Well, I do double damage against objects and structures, therefore I can just put this thing out of fucking commission.
You can try. Okay, a 15 misses and a 15 misses.
Ah.
That's some bullshit.
Unless you,
Christmas spirit.
Candle did remind you that you can expend Christmas Spirit.
Christmas spirit to.
Increase it.
Increase
Increase.
it.
Fucking do it. It's only 4 Christmas spirit. We have plenty.
I know. Oh, is it? It's only 4?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. No, that should be fine. Yeah, I'll expend 4.
Okay, so how does it work? Hold on, I don't have that sheet pulled up.
Basically, if he expends 4, he can roll a d4.
Okay.
Add that roll.
Yeah, go ahead. Do you want to... So expend 4, roll your d4 to see if you hit. Okay, that does hit for the first one. Do you want to do it for your second attack as well?
No, I won't. But like I said, it's double damage, so that's gonna put it to 26 bludgeoning.
Okay.
Because I want to slow this thing down as much as I can.
And it seems to do a little bit extra to it. It seems that this type of damage is, it's susceptible to.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so double.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Are you
it's all
sure you don't want to expend that Christmas spirit to get another
Fucking
D4?
Do it.
I'm
it.
gonna. Can I spend 3 to do a D3?
I don't know.
I will give you my Christmas spirit if you need it.
I'm trying to. I have a fun thing I want to do when we get to the end, but I need my 30. Unless
Dude, if
someone
you-
wants to give it to me at the.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll give you
If
some.
you do it, yes, you'll be
Okay.
granted more Christmas spirit, and
You,
regardless.
you know what? Fair. Yeah. Let's do it one more time. Let's go.
Fucking
Okay, you hit, and so that again, that is double damage. So an additional 48.
48.
Yes.
Within 2 punches, you manage to bring this thing, and it's starting to. You see the cracks as this earth elemental gets dropped right in front of it as it hits its fist.
I thought I was getting drunk on top for a minute. That's why I was like, ooh.
As cracks begin to appear along it, it looks like it's not doing great. It is going to move, and it might mow you over, Arctic. So, do you want to climb on top?
Why?
Do you
I
want?
want to climb on top to weigh this fucking thing down. Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. So you use your movement to clamber on top. Go ahead and just for the sake of things, we're gonna resolve this now. Roll me in acrobatics or athletics to like stay on.
Oh, yeesh.
Okay. We will see what happens here in a minute. So, anything else?
No.
Nope. That's all my actions I got.
Okay. So, it is the car's turn. You watch as the driver gets shoved out of the driver's seat as the front passenger takes over, because he's confused and he doesn't want to deal with that. And, you see a couple other guys climb into the front seat. So, one of the confused guys is lying on the ground. He doesn't matter. Whatever. Run past him. So then what this guy is going to do is let's do let's do this. You watch as actually the guys in the trunk are confused this round. So they're not gonna wait. Shorty, it's a
need to roll a
D8. D10? Thank you.
Yeah.
That's a D8, sorry. Come on. I got a 10.
They act normally.
Okay, then I'm gonna do this. So what happens is as they open the trunk and you see oil begin to spew out of the ground, and it looks like there is an oil slick that is going to make it very difficult terrain to run through for a bit. And it's gonna come from here. Oh man, I didn't put lingering on. Sorry. Linger.
Do you have to let it linger?
Yes, I did. Okay, and that is its action, and it is going to continue to move.
I'm sorry, my brain just like died. What did they do?
They essentially dropped a whole bunch of oil to make it difficult terrain, and then they sped away. So they're trying to get away. Arctic, you are attempting to hold on to the top, right next to the glowing globe of Christmas spirit that you're trying to reach. And, just like your hand, the part that you're holding on to rips off and you go flying and you land in the snow right here. So you are left behind. Maluzne, it is your turn.
I'm 30 feet back over here?
You're right where you are. You did not go with them.
Oh.
Oh,
okay,
no.
So I'm still... Well, that's what I was saying. Like, you did a 30 feet thing. That's what I'm like, where did I go?
You're right where you are.
Okay, so I can at least catch up. Okay.
Okay, so
Sorry, I measured wrong. He's 2 more. I apologize.
I can use my bonus action first, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to cast Far Step.
Nice.
I can go up to 18 feet. Look up there. 18 feet is a stupid number when you can only do it in 5s.
I know. I hate it when spells do that. It's so dumb to me.
And then she's just going to move
Far
right
step
behind it.
allows you to teleport. Oh, I get what you're saying now. Why can you only move 18 feet?
I don't know, it says 18 meters.
Why is your
That's
thing
like
in
90 feet.
meters? Yeah.
Or it's like 60 feet or something.
Yeah, you can move.
Oh, is it further than I thought?
Yeah,
you can go
you
like
have
60
90
feet, I
you
think.
have 90 flying speed, so you could just straight up fly over to here. You're not going to be difficult terrain is not going to be a problem for you. So you can fly to here and then you can far step an additional 60 feet. So you got movement upon movement. So you can go wherever you want right now.
Let's just do it. She's just going to go on top.
Okay, so you fly and then you far step on top of there. That is your bonus action to cast far step. You are now concentrating on that. So at the you can use a bonus action to teleport in that way again, whenever you would like. And you are sitting kind of next to the orb. You get a pulse from it, and you get the sense that you will need to have everybody touch it in order to cleanse it. So somehow you'll need to either get the orb to them or what. But it looks to be kind of stuck in this. It looks like there's like a mounted thing on top that it's sitting on top of. And it is definitely too big for you to lift.
Can I use a spell to try to knock it off?
Since you cast a spell, you can only use cantrips for your action right now. And I don't think, looking at your cantrips, I don't think any of them will do so. Because you also don't want to hit it with, like, damage, right?
Can I just punch it?
I will allow you to attempt to, but it's going to be an intense strength check. So go ahead and roll me a strength check to try to just like body it off. But since you are so tiny, it is going to be a very large check.
Is the strength check gonna be a athletics?
It's just going to be... Actually, yeah, you can just roll athletics because you're a bard,
Okay.
so you're going to get that +3 no matter what.
21.
Oh my gosh, you were so close. I said it at a 22. I'm so sorry.
Wait, no, I am going to use some of my Christmas spirits.
Okay.
I'm going to use my Christmas spirit and roll the d4.
You know what? I'm cool with this.
Additional 4.
Okay. Go ahead and roll that d4.
I did, and it's a 4.
Okay. So you watch as Maluzne on top of this begins to shove, and then she like pulls back using some leverage and then shoves the whole large thing off the moving vehicle into the snow, going tumbling with it as you land in the snow right next to it. We are still in initiative because this car could turn around and start blocking you guys from getting to the item. But for the sake of things, I'm going to drop a glowing yellow circle, and that is the Christmas spirit orb. So everybody needs to get to it and touch it, is essentially what needs to happen. Or you need to kill the SUV, take out the SUV so that you have the ability to. Okay, nice turn. Great job. I was like, there's no way this fucking little fairy is gonna get this, and you did.
That's what makes it funnier.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Okay, Brinjar, it is your turn.
All right, Brimjar is going to use his movement and use his Christmas spirit to use hyper speed, so he can fly another additional 80 feet, go right over here next to the driver, and use his action to punch through the window and grab the driver and pull him out.
Okay. Roll me just like an athletics check.
Sure thing. Athletics. That is a 10. Can I use... I don't think I can use 2 Christmas spirits in one turn, so that is my turn.
Okay. Yeah, he unfortunately, I rolled low, but it was only a 12.
Got it. It's my turn.
Okay. Great effort. Okay, Milo, it is your turn.
Milo is going to run 30 feet to the edge of the grease.
Okay.
Misty steps the other 30 feet. And
Nice.
dash the rest of the way.
Yes!
Okay. You make
I
it
think
there.
that's all.
Okay, Jack, it is your turn.
It's just difficult terrain, right?
Correct.
Alright. I'll just
Super fast.
action dash over here. And I will give some inspiration to my big robot friend.
Okay, Arctic, you now have inspiration.
Yeah.
Brizia, what would you like
Thank
to do? Archie?
That truck's gone.
No, he's right there still.
I know, but still. Okay, spell time. What spells do I have access to?
Arctic, you are on deck.
You got it.
You know what? Hold on, let me just... Yeah, I can do this. The whole car's made of metal, right?
Yes.
I'll just start burning it.
Okay. Yeah, it's gonna burn, and it looks like fire damage does a little bit extra to it.
Alright, cool. And now I'm gonna shoot it.
Okay.
Also, that should have technically had an extra D8.
Okay, sounds good.
because it is coming out my gun one, yada yada. Anyway, now I'm just gonna shoot it because I can keep doing that. Never mind, I cannot keep doing that.
Okay, that does indeed
Damn.
miss.
I need to reload.
Okay, sounds good. Like it's stuck for a second, you have to reload. Anything else?
No, I'm good. I moved.
Okay, Arctic, it is your turn.
Okay. I'm gonna try my best to move forward. So that's 10. Because what? I'm right here and trying to get out. That's gonna be 10, 15. So that's gonna be 20 feet of movement at least.
It'll be a little bit yeah, it'll be 20 feet to get out.
Okay, so basically use my dash to get over there.
Okay.
And that is it for me.
Okay, any bonus action?
Nope, not in this form.
Alrighty. The car is going to screech to a stop with the thing gone. And it's going to unleash from the the passenger doors. It will unleash. This is not using any of the confused guys, so he's gonna try to use this here. I need actually hold on, sorry, I'm reading a couple things. Yeah, actually what's going to happen is it's going to stop and kind of turn a bit to face you guys. And it will unleash from the front a rocket. And I need everybody in that area to roll me a... Here, it'll do right here. Nope, it's not going to get Jack too. So I need everybody who's kind of around here, so you four, to go ahead and roll me a dexterity saving throw.
Come on, baby.
You do have Brynjar's +3, Milo, but that still fails. Maluzne with Brynjar's +3, you succeed. Arctic, you succeed. Brynjar, you succeed. So, hold on 1 second.
We all know
So, Milo, you take 33, and the rest of you take 16 fire damage. I don't count this as making an attack. So, you can go ahead and punch it. Or hit it. Go ahead, Brynjar.
That is a 17 to hit.
Just hits.
All right, my candy cane of doom for 2d8.
Which does bludgeoning damage. That's good.
Yep. 15 and our 3d6 radiant damage. Or 16.
Okay, it seems that the bludgeoning damage does a little bit extra, but that the radiant damage does not seem to do as much as you wanted it to.
Okay.
Okay, it is Maluzne's turn.
I am just, since I'm already kind of close to the orb anyways, I am going to use lightning bolt against it.
Okay. Sounds good. So I roll a dexterity saving throw?
Yes.
I rolled a natural 1.
So it definitely hits.
Definitely hits. And can I tell you a secret? It's vulnerable to lightning.
So is it double damage then?
Yes, so roll your regular damage and I double it.
So it's doubling it is going to be 46.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, this thing is barely hanging on as lightning goes through it, and you start to see things sparking and starting to look like they're gonna blow up on this car. Anything else, Maluzne?
I think I'll just use Bardic Inspiration on Milo.
Okay, Milo, you are bardicked. Okay, Brinjar, it is your turn. What would you like to do?
Brimjar will open the door, go in, and punch the driver.
Okay, this is a swarm creature, so whatever damage you do technically happens to the car, so go ahead and roll.
I'll knock out the car. So is it an attack roll?
Yeah.
Or how do you want
So roll your, attack like normal, is what I'm saying.
That is a natural 20.
Oh my gosh, go ahead and roll your damage.
Yep.
Do it.
48. 48. And 66.
Yeah,
40 damage.
so, Brinjar, as you said, this is how you want to do this moment, but you go in and you just punch the lights out of the driver, and you watch as Jack's confusion takes hold of the rest of the suits in the car, and you go flying out the other side, and as you do, the car's beginning to spark. Is there anything else that you would like to do in this moment to take out this vehicle?
No, there's nothing else I could do.
Okay.
Oh, yeah?
Well, you destroyed it, so it kills it, and the whole thing blows up as you jump out the other side. And with that, you guys kind of gather around the winter or the Christmas spirit orb and are looking at it. And you hear cheers go up from the other side as people are running towards you. The screams stop as the wind stills, and for a moment you hear peace. There's only breath, your breath. The beating of your hearts. And then you hear, "And don't come back," as Mrs. Claus bellows as she runs, and the suits are beginning to run off. She surveys the snow looking for you all as she runs towards you. And as she gets towards you, as you kind of all place your hand on the orb, you may all say Merry Christmas and cleanse the orb.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Shorty.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Crisis.
And you see that all of these guys begin to run off as the energy cleanses through this hole as a beat comes over. Mrs. Claus runs up to you, and she goes, and she starts, shaking her fists at the ones that are running away. She's absolutely war-torn, and you see a glimmer of energy that just begins to appear in the snow as Santa appears behind her. And he turns, he just says to her, "Oh, don't worry, sweetheart. Calm your heart. It's going to pound out of your..." And then Mrs. Claus cuts Santa off with a huge hug, lifting him off the ground as he laughs and says, "Mabel, I can't breathe." She giggles to herself before setting him down gently in the snow. And you see anger on her face. "You left!" And Santa kisses her. "And I'm back." You see that she begins to cry and just begins to scold him. Santa tugs a box of cigarettes out of his pockets and pulls one out, and is about to light it before Mrs. Claus yanks it from his fist and just says, "You're quitting now." Your eyes drift across the sizzling remains of the battlefield, the wreckage, the destruction. You see the elf woman Lydia. Her eyes search the snow for any sign of her husband. Also, something that you missed, you did not see, is you watch as Bertrude comes running forward, wielding the quarterstaff I believe you gave him.
Yep.
And he's leading a whole group of elves. He has what looks to be a random old tie tied around his head. as he like leads them in a charge to nothing. And Santa turns to all of you and he says, I believe I owe you a Christmas wish. So, what will it be, adventurers, in this moment? Say it firm. Don't think too hard. You know what you want. And so in this moment, as you have all saved Christmas, you may make a wish. Does anybody know what they would like?
I would
Good
like.
night's sleep.
Brinjar, go ahead.
To bring.
I would like to hear Santa sing.
Oh, great. Candle, please don't make me sing. My throat hurts. Okay. And actually what happens is, as you make this wish, feeling in your heart as the Christmas spirit, the one that you swore your oath to protect, to always honor, to keep well, you feel it begin to flutter as you draw the connection to, and you having a huge stake in this. If the Christmas spirit had gone, Brinjar, so would have you. And as he sings, the joy spreads around, and you watch as the elves begin to heal, as people begin to cheer, and you get the sense that all across the whole of the North Pole, that houses are repairing, that decorations are going back up. And with that, Brinjar, and your wish as you ask Santa to sing for you, you get the sense that you have assisted in restoring some Christmas spirit all around up here to a very war-decimated North Pole.
Awesome.
Who would like to go next?
I do have one question. Would we have gotten any Christmas spirit at all?
Sure. I will give you guys, 8 for that. That was awesome.
Okay. Then I can maybe do the thing I wanted to.
Okay, what would you like to do?
Arctic is going to go. To those who died during this, I would like to try to wish them back. And I will do everything in my power to help with this. I want to use my Christmas miracle.
Okay. How much Christmas spirit are you spending?
I have 37 points.
Okay.
I mean,
you can spend 20 if you would like.
Spend 20.
You know what? I got a better Oh, it's only up to 20. Oh, I was going to say I'll spend all 30. I don't care.
You know what? I will allow this. So Santa puts a hand on your shoulder and you think back to the people who died during this adventure specifically. And he goes, it's too much for one wish to bring everyone in the North Pole back, but for the ones that perished, I think that I can help you if you help me. And together, you guys can form a Christmas miracle, and you feel the energy draining from you. You can expend 30, and with that, and with Santa's help, I will allow you to... So essentially what a Christmas miracle would have been to bring back 1, and then Santa would have brought back 1 with the wish, but with the combination of your additional 30, there was 3 people who passed during this. And I will allow you to bring back all 3.
Yay.
You hear the sound of hooves from behind you that are thundering and racing towards you. And your party is tackled by not 1, not 2, but 9 reindeer alive and well. You see Dancer as he is filled with Christmas magic, bringing his speech back as he begins to run around licking all of your faces as he yells, "I'm so proud of you!" And you take a moment to just play with the reindeer in the snow. And as you look off to the side, you see Charlie, the elf, kind of running out of the mist towards Lydia as she grabs him and they hug. And she goes, "Is it really you?" And she, like, erupts in tears. "Oh my gosh, it's you. Charlie, I missed you." And he grins. "I will always come back to you, my angel, always." And you see their 2 children run gleefully from Santa's workshop, grasping his legs and crying "Daddy," as Lydia's eyes meet yours, Arctic. And you don't see it, but you feel it. As you see the remnants, Santa pulls out the bittersweet jewel that I believe Brynjar had given him, and he holds it. And as he does, he kind of opens it once more, and you watch the illusion of the father and son playing in the snow, and you watch as Valora steps into the frame, and she begins to hug her family and play in the snow with them. And he looks at all of you and says, "She just wanted to be with them. She was willing to be with them in the afterlife. But because of your wish, she can be with them here." And he brings back the whole family.
Good.
Okay. Anybody else?
Melissa's gonna go update like, "I want to use my wish to bring music and joy to everyone."
Amazing. And with that, he kind of bounces off of Brynjar's wish, and you watch as you hear down the hill a bit at Santa's workshop as music begins to pour out, and you smell the smell of food, and he grins at you and says, "After all, every good war deserves a great feast afterwards." Brizio, Jack, Milo?
I wish Bertrude gets adopted by a new family.
Bertrude kind of stops and skids, and he goes, "Really?"
I do.
Who should adopt me?
Me. I will adopt you.
Santa smiles and he goes, "There's less of a wish that I can have here. But Bertrude, if you want, you can. And I will make sure that you're all set up and good to go. And provide anything you need for the first year."
Oh.
And so with that, Milo has adopted Bertrude. And you guys have a amazing cottage in the North Pole, and you get to raise a very unruly teenager. And he gets his first, well, maybe his second gift after the one that you guys had given him earlier.
Yeah, that fantastic blanket.
Yep, the blanket and then the quarterstaff.
The quarterstaff was cool.
Yeah. Brizio,
Yeah.
Jack?
Nope, I'm just glad winter is saved.
Yeah, I don't need a wish.
Santa kind of hugs you, Jack, and like does the bro hug and claps you on the back. "Jack, my old friend, you're always here just spreading Christmas spirit, and I appreciate you for that." And with you both kind of just happy that Christmas has saved and merry and excited about how things have gone, you all spend the evening heading down and feasting, the whole space filled with joy and energy. And Mrs. Claus approaches you and just says, I've given you presents, but Santa and I decided they weren't the right ones, and they weren't enough. You have done so much for us." And she summons a wrap box at each of your feet, and you feel it. It's not Christmas magic or world peace or Christmas spirit. You feel joy. True joy that radiates through you. And a space that had lacked joy for so long. It warms you. It strengthens your connections. There's cheeriness around you. Music pouring through the whole area. People are back and they are doing well. The elves seem to be in merry spirits. And she goes, well, go on, open them. And she clasps her hands together, and for a heartbeat, your mind returns to those joyful memories that you've recounted over the course of this adventure. Your childhood memories, the memories that you recounted to bring you here. It's almost as if your life flashes before your eyes as you reach for the gifts, except you only remember the good parts. And with that, as we end on these players opening these boxes, experiencing this joy around, is where we end our session. Great job, guys. Absolutely amazing. You did it.
Yay!
As well.
Absolutely did it. So once again, thank you to my amazing players for devoting so much time on these last 2 Saturdays to play this game. I hope you enjoyed the adventure and all the twists and turns that I gave you and all the sadness in it. But once again, we are very happy for a happy ending, and great job with your wishes because you made it truly a happy ending for all. And so once again, appreciate you all. Everybody give snaps to Matt for writing such an amazing adventure. If you guys want to play it, I'm going to drop the link one more time in chat. And I will, if you're with us on YouTube, I will drop it in the description below. So make sure you go check that out. You snag it for your Christmas adventure now, or hold on to it for next year. So, and I will say, as somebody who does not like running pre-written modules, I loved this one. It had all of the descriptions, which normally modules don't, and it had all of the maps, and it had all of the things that I may need, so I'm very appreciative. It was very creative and well done, so good job, Matt.
And all the vibes. Let's not forget that.
Yeah, the vibes were there. But yeah, that's what I got. Thank you again for coming out, hanging out, and supporting these wonderful charities. And I guess happy holidays to everybody. A little early, but you know what? It's okay. So
Not that early.
yeah, it's not that early. Thank you.
Christmas.
We're gonna be here before you know it.
Yeah.
Really big.
So if you're with us on Twitch, stick around for a moment. If you're with us on YouTube, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the adventure. Check out all the links in the description below, all of that. Leave a like, comment, subscribe. Holy Trinity, and we will catch you all in the next one. Goodbye!
Bye.
Bye.